at the end of their 12 laps. 38 for second, 36 for third, and so on a sliding scale. And all the points from the first 3 races will add up to be your starting score for the points race at the end of this evening. As Ethan Lee rolls up, Sienna Golding rolls up, Harley Bradshaw back to the front. The 2 Ipswich juniors and Harley doing a lot of work at the front. Now it's Flynn Jensen. He makes his way through. Everyone's starting to look around now with 7 laps to go. Still a long way to go. 1.75 kilometres. Sienna Golding now makes a move down the back straight. She wants to get some distance. We know Sienna, a very, very good individual time trialer. What can she do here on the track? And it's going to be Elise Vaughan from Bundy giving chase. She's followed by Ethan Lee, also from Ipswich. Riley Dixon there as well. Cam Franks. Sienna takes the gas off a little bit. She sees that everyone's joining in. She'll save some gas for a little bit later on as they come down the front straight with 5 laps to go. Sienna stays on the front now. She swings up as the rest of the field now compacts. As Elliot King starts to make his move around the outside again. Elliot had a good race on Wednesday night at the Twilight Series at Hamilton Wheelers, but it's Riley Dixon across the line first. Elliot King now around the outside. Elliot, more accustomed to mountain biking in summer, must be too wet out on the trails. He's come back inside. As Elliot swings up, Sienna swings up with him, and Ethan Lee. So Ethan and Sienna definitely setting the tempo with 3 laps to go, 750 metres. Our first race of our Omnium tonight. State Championship will be awarded later on this evening. So we come around with 2.5 laps to go. It's still Ethan Lee on the front. Ethan and Sienna have done the majority of the work out the front. It's Aidan Parslow now from Hamilton Wheelers. He starts to make his way up. Sienna, she attacks again and opens up a gap straight away. Aidan Parslow closes that down fairly quickly. But the field starts to spread out now. We can see them all the way through. Paddy Richardson in his beautiful new green helmet. He makes a move around the outside. He's with Felix Henderson. Now it's Cam Franks. He makes the move on the bell lap. He's been chased by Flynn Jensen and Riley Dixon. Around 3 and 4 they go. That's Cam Franks on the front. He's got a good lead, but Riley Dixon making all the moves. Cam Franks just in front of Riley Dixon, followed by Flynn Jensen, Sienna Golding and Harley Bradshaw. What a great start to the night. Next up, we'll have our under-17 ladies. So next up, our under-17 ladies. That'll be from Balmoral Cycling Club, Bella Potts, Sienna Monteith, Ava Robbins, April Paddy. From Blackburn Cycling Club, and welcome to Queensland, Lavinia Ward. Also from Balmoral, Michaela Gibbs. From Bendigo, Addison Torr. Addison had a great weekend up at Bundy last weekend. From Cairns, good to see Chloe Buckley back at AMV. And the super improved from Hamilton Wheelers, Grace Hunter. As our ladies start to roll off, they'll do half a lap neutral and they'll get the whistle. 20 laps for our under-17s. So we'll be Bella Potts, followed by April Paddy, Ava Robbins, Addison Torr. It might be Michaela Gibbs, Grace Hunter. Just an announcement to the riders, just check your numbers before you get on track. There's a few flapping around and upside down. as Ava Robbins leads us through the first lap. She hands over to Addison Tor. Now it's Michaela Gibbs on the front. Pretty sedate start to our scratch race for our under-17 ladies as Grace Hunter rolls up. As Chloe Buckley onto the front of the field. She's followed by Sienna Monteith. As our riders start to come through. So it's April Paddy with 17 laps to go, followed by Ava Robbins, followed by Addison Tor. Addison just taking control of the race, slowing down a little bit. Now it's Michaela Gibbs on the front. Grace Hunter rolls through. She's followed by Sienna Monteith wearing the National Championship jersey. Sienna, the winner of the National Omnium last year or earlier this year for the under-17s. On the front now was Lavinia Ward with her numbers upside down, number 45. With 14 laps to go, it's April Paddy, followed by Sienna Monteith, Michaela Gibbs, Grace Hunter, Chloe Buckley, Addison Tor, Lavinia Ward, Bella Potts, and Ava Robbins. Chloe Buckley from Cairns leading them through with 13 laps to go. Now Bella Potts on the front, she's going to stretch the legs a little bit, just up the tempo and see if she can put some riders under a little bit of pressure. 12 laps to go now, 3 kilometres. As Lavinia rolls up, hands it over to Michaela Gibbs. We'll see all of our under-15s, under-17s and all riders tomorrow for our State Madison Championship as well. A big weekend of racing for our elites, under-19s, under-23, sorry, with the Blackline series. Now Bella Potts back to the front, just ups the tempo again, just that little bit extra, starting to stretch the field out. That's April Paddy who leads them through, followed by Ava Robbins. Ava Robbins, she hands it over to Sienna Monteith. Then it's Lavinia Ward. So they come out of turn 4 at Meares Velodrome. They'll get 9 laps to go now, so over halfway done for our Omnium scratch race for our under-17 ladies. Grace Hunter rolls off. She hands it over to Addison Tor. Addison having a very good weekend up at Bundaberg last weekend. 8 laps to go now, 2 kilometres. Good to see April Paddy back on the bike. She's been a bit crook of late. And onto the front goes Ava Robbins. Tempo pretty steady so far. It's only been Bella Potts really stretching things out. Big thanks to Bear Liang and his live stream crew for all the volunteer work that you do. As Sienna Monteith hands it back over to Bella Potts. So Ava Robbins on the front now with 5.5 laps to go. April Paddy down the back straight. She starts to stretch the legs. Lavinia Ward, she flicks the elbow. Very short time on the front. Grace Hunter now. 5 laps to go for our under-17 ladies. Flick of the elbow as Sienna Monteith rolls through. She hands it over to Chloe Buckley. As we get down to the business end of this scratch race for our under-17 ladies in our Omnium Championship, 4 laps to go, 1 kilometre. See April Paddy starts to open the pace a little bit. Lavinia rolls up. Now Bella Potts. She's been stretching them out all race. Now they're single file the whole way down. Off the back is Addison Tor. The tempo starting to take some pressure. Grace Hunter on the front. Hasn't she gotten better over the last 6 months? Two and a half laps to go. Now the girls start to watch each other. No one keen on leading this through for the last 2 laps. As April rolls up, it's Bella Potts on the front. As the Balmoral girls start to talk to each other. Now it's Michaela. There's bikes rolling up the track everywhere as Ava Robbins starts to stalk in the sprinters lane. Now Monteith's going, Robbins is going, Buckley's there. It's Ava Robbins is going to lead this one out with 1 lap to go for our scratch race. So it's Ava Robbins on the front being chased by Chloe Buckley. Down the back straight, Lavinia Ward in 3rd wheel. No one able to catch Ava Robbins down the back straight. She opens the gap as she comes around turn 4. Ava Robbins opening her account, followed by Buckley, Ward. No, I think that was Bella Potts on the inside, just in front of Sienna Monteith. So good racing there from our under-17 ladies.
Right, clear the gate, gentlemen.
You need to go the other
Up
side.
next, our under-17 men. Will Emilias, Felix Crossman, Oliver Jordan, Bodie Dusha, Josh Franks, Cruz Kemps. Good to see him back on the bike as well. He's been a bit crook. Oscar Schoff, Eli Taylor, Harry Dowling, Flynn Larkins, George Tucker from Rockhampton, Oliver Urry, Hunter Davis, Lockie Chamberlain, and Jack Parker. So 20 laps for our under-17 men. That's Eli Taylor from the Hamilton Wheelers will lead them through, followed by Schoff, Davis, Dowling, Larkins. Looks like Cruz Kemp's in the Just Freight kit. Jack Parker there in front of GT, Georgie Tucker. Ollie Jordan in the orange. Beside Ollie, that looks like Lockie Chamberlain. Then Will Emilias and Oliver Urry. So George Tucker on the front. Ollie Jordan flicks up the track with him. You can see which wheel Oliver Jordan wants. He must have watched GT racing in Bundaberg last week. He was an absolute weapon. So Jordan's decided that Tucker's wheel is where he wants to be. Now it's Jack Parker from Bundaberg on the front. He flicks off to Taylor. Taylor, a little bit of a kick. He ups the tempo. He hands it over to Davis. He hands it to Dowling. Dowling hands it to Kemps. Bit of a cagey start to our under-17 men's scratch race. So Larkins inherits the lead at the front now. He flicks it over to George Tucker. It's still Oliver Jordan right on Tucker's wheel. He's followed by Will Emilias. And Jordan follows Tucker up the track again. Oscar Schoff now from the Fraser Coast. He rolls up. Davis rolls up. Jack Parker to the front in those fluoro orange gloves. Dowling follows Taylor up the boards. Kemps flicks the elbow. Chamberlain comes through. Very quick turns on the front for our under-17 men with 14 and a half laps to go. Around this time, GT, he hits the front, still with Jordan on his wheel. Jordan follows him up the track again. as Eli Taylor rolls through in the sprinters lane, and he just opens the gas a little bit, trying to stretch everybody out just a touch. It's Cruz Kemp's on the front. Now it's Chamberlain, followed by Hunter Davis. Larkins back there in second wheel. He's followed by Dowling as they all roll up the track, and it's Oscar Schoff. He's got Will Emilias for company. As Oscar rolls off, Will rolls up. Eli, he stretches everybody out again. Now he gets a gap, Eli Taylor. It's opened up to a couple of lengths. Ollie Urry, he flicks off. Cruz Kemp's now, he's in charge of chasing. Now it's Hunter Davis. Flynn Larkins rolls through, but Eli Taylor, he's got a good 20 metres. Larkins flicks through. Schoff now does the chase. Dowling chasing Schoff. Schoff sees he's got a gap. He's going to go. Dowling rolls off. George Tucker trying to chase down Oscar Schoff now. This could be a very, very dangerous move with Eli Taylor and Oscar Schoff out the front. But Eli rolls off. Oscar Schoff, is he going to go on with 10 laps to go? Eli tries to get in his wheel. He can't. As we all calm down just that little bit more. Jack Parker just off the back a little bit now. So the boys, a little bit of a test there from Eli Taylor. Now they all start to look at each other. Tucker on the front. Jack Parker, one of the new members from Bundaberg Cycling Club. But it's Cruz Kemp's on the front now. He'll come through with 8 laps or 2 kilometres to go. So well over halfway done. And now it's a parade behind George Tucker. Everyone watched the video from Bundaberg last weekend by the look of that. So on the stayers line, it's George Tucker. Glued to his wheel from the start of this race, Ollie Jordan. He's followed by Will Emilias, followed by Oscar Schoff. Then Chamberlain, Taylor and Larkins on the inside. We've got Hunter Davis, Harry Dowling, Cruz Kemps and Oliver Urry. Jack Parker still making his way around as they come around. 6 laps to go, 1.5 kilometres. Tempo definitely come out of this race so far as Eli Taylor, that might be dangerous on the inside as he gets towards the front. Bit of a scramble now as they move towards the front. All the boys 4 wide as they come through turn 4. Taylor will bring them through with 5 laps to go. Tucker on Taylor's wheel. Emilias now, he's in the sprinters lane. Ollie Jordan in the orange. On GT's wheel. Kemp's around the outside now. Following him through, that looks like Lockie Chamberlain from Hamilton Wheelers. 4 laps to go, 1 kilometre. So still Taylor on the front as the tempo increases ever so slightly as they head down the back straight with 3.5 laps to go. So Taylor now, 3 laps to go. Taylor, Tucker, Jordan, Emilias, Schoff, Larkins, Kemps. Around the outside goes Chamberlain. On the inside goes Dowling. It's going to be frenetic. Last couple of laps in this under-17 men's scratch race. Jack Parker across the line. They're almost going to catch him. 2 laps to go now. 500 metres as Taylor looks around. No one blinking yet with 1.5 laps to go. As the tempo comes up, it's Schoff is the first to blink as he makes his move around the outside going into turn 3. Schoff trying to get around Taylor. They're going to encounter traffic with Parker as Schoff goes around the outside. Emilias around the outside. Taylor, Tucker, Jordan, Kemps, Larkins, Dowling as they come into 3 and 4. Oscar Schoff into the front straight. So it'll be Schoff, Emilias, Taylor, Tucker, Jordan, Kemps, Larkins, Dowling, Hunter Davis, Lockie Chamberlain, Ollie Urry and Jack Parker.
Clear the gate.
Great racing from our under 17 men for their Omnium scratch race. Next up, our Masters 3 to 6, 30 lap scratch race. So in Masters 3, Bradley Davis, Adam Clark, Scott Smith. In Masters 4, Justin Palmer, Andrew Matheson, Sean Crossman, Nick Hughes, Matty Wynn, Peter Meares. In Masters 5, it'll be Chris Weir, all out on his line. Oh no, with Ray Smith from Rockhampton. Ray had a great weekend at Bundy as well. And in Masters 6, Jay Doraboom. 30 laps for our Masters, 3 to 6. On the front, that's going to be Justin Palmer. At the rear of the field, Scott Smith from UQ.
You're up here and they're not sure what you're doing, and you can't predict what they're going to do.
So Omnium works on points. First across the line will get 40, second 38, third 36, and so on as Brad Davis flicks the elbow. And points will accumulate over the first 3 races. And as we go into the points race at the end of the night, big points to be won and lost in the final points race. It's across the line. That looks like it's Weir across the line. Front pretty calm. Looks like it might be Ray Smith on the front, followed by Jay Doraboom. Doraboom now, he'll inherit the lead. Flick of the elbow, he'll hand that over to Andrew Matheson from UQ. He's got Sean Crossman for company there. Then it's Peter Meares in third wheel. So Sean Crossman across the line, Meares across the line. That's Nick Hughes. Nick Hughes in second wheel now. Scott Smith sitting in second wheel as Hughes leads us through with 25 laps to go. Hughes, Smith, then it's Palmer. So Smith on the front now. He's followed by Palmer, followed by Davis. Smith swinging up nice and high, but Palmer leads us through. Then it's Davis. Following Davis, Matty Wynn. He's followed by Chris Weir. So Matt Wynn now with 23 laps to go. Chris Weir, Ray Smith, Jay Doraboom. And then it's Andrew Matheson. Ray Smith now from Rockhampton. He rolls through. Flicks the elbow. He'll hand it over to Jay Doraboom. Ray Smith and Jay Doraboom both up racing at Bundaberg last weekend. If you haven't been to the Bundy Cycling Spectacular before, put it on your calendar for next year. On the front now, that's Andrew Matheson, tucked right into his bars. He's followed by Sean Crossman, Peter Meares and Nick Hughes. There looks like Smith and Palmer, Scott Smith and Justin Palmer. 10 laps down now on this 30-lap scratch race. Peter Meares on the front. He had a couple of good efforts at Bundy as well. A couple of wins there for Peter Meares. He hands it over to Nick Hughes. Hughes swings up. Now the tempo starts to increase. Brad Davis, Matty Wynn, Jade Oraboom. Short, sharp turns at the front now. So on the front, that's Andrew Matheson. He rolls off. He hands it to Sean Crossman. Now Palmer on the front. Chris Weir giving chase. Scott Smith, he's in third wheel. Now you can really see the tempo starting to increase as they get stretched out. And that is Palmer doing all the damage at the front as they all swing up behind him. Ray Smith in a bit of trouble at the back. Now we've got to move off the front. I think that's Matheson. He's made his move. He's being chased down by Meares. It's Matheson on the front. Meares chasing. Palmer in third wheel. Then it's Davis, Jay Doroboom. The chasing pack led by Scott Smith. Meares rolls off. Justin Palmer, now he takes up the tempo. Oh, close call there between Doroboom and Justin Palmer. Very awkward change over there, but Jay Doroboom comes through as Ray Smith slides up the track. So Doroboom leads us through with 13 laps to go. Brad Davis now making contact with that front group. They'll make 4. Meares has gone back to the chasing group. So it's on the front, Justin Palmer. Jay Doroboom, Matt Wynn, James Matheson, sorry, and Brad Davis. Andrew Matheson. As our chasing group start to make inroads on this front group of 4. Justin Palmer, he'll lead through Brad Davis, Jay Doroboom, and Andrew Matheson with 11 laps to go, but Sean Crossman shouldering a lot of the work there with Nick Hughes and Scott Smith. Then we've got Weir, Ray Smith and Peter Meares. Matty Wynn, he slides up the track. He'll go a lap down. But our chasing pack, they're about to make contact. A lot of heavy breathing as they head down the front straight. Palmer, who did all the damage, he's there with Matheson. Matheson rolls through. Brad Davis on his wheel. The men start to take their breath a little bit. Matty Wynn across the line. Chris Weir, Ray Smith, Peter Meares. So come through with 8 laps to go. It's Palmer and Matheson, the protagonists on the front. As Brad Davis, he's starting to feel the last couple of laps in the legs now, and after a big weekend at Bundy last weekend, but it's Jay Doroboom. He'll lead them through as Davis drops off just that little bit. Palmer, Matheson, Smith, Scott Smith, Nick Hughes, Jay Doroboom and Sean Crossman. As Davis rolls up, he'll try and join in with that chasing pack. But out the front, we've got a group of 6. So they come around with 5 laps to go. It'll be Justin Palmer, followed by Matheson, followed by Scott Smith, followed by Nick Hughes, Jay Doroboom and Sean Crossman. Crossman did the majority of the work to bring that second group back with Brad Davis. Brad just falling off the back, but he's joined into the group there with Matty Wynn, Peter Meares and Chris Weir. As our front 6 all start to bunch up, no one wants to go to the front, but it's Sean Crossman who inherits the lead as they go around turn 1 and 2. This has opened the door for Peter Meares. He can now see them just in front. He's going to try and drag Chris Weir with him. Crossman now, that Jay Doroboom, that's a dangerous move. Doroboom Very, very good endurance rider is Doroboom down the back straight. But it's Palmer and Matheson go with him. Sean Crossman now just in no man's land. Doroboom looks around. He sees Matheson going around the outside. He sees Palmer on the inside. So they come through with 2 laps to go. Crossman there. He's there with Scott Smith. Nick Hughes off the back. At the front, though, it's all about Matheson and Palmer. Matheson on the front. Palmer giving chase. Jay Doroboom. He's rolling around now. Down the back straight. They're going to collect the chasing pack as they come around turn 3 and 4. As our front 2 come across the line. So it'll be Andrew Matheson followed by Justin Palmer. Jay Doroboom coming through for 3rd. Then it'll be Sean Crossman and Scott Smith. Nick Hughes coming through. Next up will be our Masters 7 to 10. So next up for their scratch race for their Omnium, it's going to be our Masters 7 to 10. From Rockhampton in Masters 8, Lewis Marshall. In Masters 9, Steve Mayman from the Gold Coast. Steve Mayman, what a gentleman. Ron Hughes from a Willumbar. In the Masters Women's 6, that'll be Gabby Bells and Sharon McGuigan. And then in Masters 10, Keith Ham from Kangaroo Point Cycling Club. As our Masters 7 to 10 roll through. So it'll be Keith Ham from Kangaroo Point. He'll be followed by Steve Mayman. There'll be Ron Hughes there in 3rd wheel. Gabby Bells in 4th. There'll be Lewis Marshall there in 4th wheel now, followed by Sharon McGuigan. So Steve Mayman rolls through, followed by Hughes, followed by Bells, Marshall, McGuigan and Ham. So Gabby Bells from UQ, she flicks up. She'll hand it over to Hughes. Ron rolls up, he hands over to Sharon McGuigan. She hands it over to Keith Ham. Steve Mayman from the Gold Coast now, he rolls through. Rock solid on a bike, Steve Mayman. He hands it over to Ron. As Ron Hughes, he gives it over to Gabrielle Bells. Ron Hughes now feeling a bit frisky. He goes off the front. Opens up a gap. Gabby Bells trying to chase that down. Sharon McGuigan chasing Gabby. They're in the same class. Gabby and Sharon, they'll want to stick together. Steve Mayman now. He's starting to give chase. So that's Marshall on the front, sorry, is Ron Hughes. Just at the back, but it's Gabby Bells inherits the lead. Keith Ham just dropping off a little bit now. But it's Bells and Marshall on the front. Steve Mayman, he's made his way to the group. As he tries to thread the needle. That was probably a little bit closer than all of them wanted as Mayman goes off the front. But it's Lewis Marshall, he jumps on the wheel. Keith Ham off the back as our 5 are together at the front again. So Marshall, who opened the gap last time around, he'll lead through with 13 laps to go. Gabby Bells with a good chase to join Marshall. Sharon McGuigan also doing well. She chased down Gabby as Keith Ham comes across the line with 13 to go. Ron Hughes across the line. Steve Mayman across the line. Lewis Marshall, Sharon McGuigan and Gabby Bells there as well. So they come around with 11 laps to go. We're nearly halfway there. It's Ron Hughes will lead us through. What a start we've had to this Omnium State Championship night already. Big couple of days coming up, Saturday and Sunday, with the Blackline series joining us here at Meares Velodrome. Blackline, the baby of Glen Lake and Aaron Liang. But it's Steve Mayman on the front as they've gone past halfway now. Keith Ham across the line. He's still going strong. Lewis Marshall, he'll lead us through. All the riders looking pretty composed. Our Blackline series got riders from all over the country and from New Zealand, as I see the New Zealand team unpacking down in the infield. Welcome to Brisbane. Good to see you. Thanks for coming. 8 laps to go now. It's Ron Hughes, hands it over to Steve Mayman. Come out of this Masters 7 to 10. Sharon McGuigan on the front now. Ron Hughes. He flicks it over to Steve Mayman. Six laps to go now. Mayman, Hughes, Bells, McGuigan, and Hughes and Marshall. Keith Ham coming through as well. Keith Ham, very much a regular at Billy Wright's Tuesday night here at Meares Velodrome. For all the ladies out there, Wednesday nights throughout the year is ladies' night or women on track. Make sure you check that out on the Oz Cycling page. But it's Gabby Bells. Looks like she was starting to wind things up as Mayman rolled up the track. McGuigan looking for Bells. She's on the inside. Now it's Mayman. 3.5 laps to go as we get to the pointy end of this race. Mayman flicks the elbow. He's moved up. They all move up with him. So it's McGuigan and Bells watching each other. Ron Hughes around the outside. Lewis Marshall. He goes the long way, on the short way, as Ron Hughes goes the long way. And Mayman now, he starts to give chase of Ron Hughes. These two have raced each other a few times before. 2 laps to go, 500 metres. It's Hughes, Mayman and Marshall. And the two ladies, McGuigan and Bells, they're going to start to fight out over the next 1.5 laps. Bells out of the saddle. But it's Lewis Marshall now. He makes a gap. As they come down the front straight, they get the bell. It's Marshall. He's got Mayman chasing. Ron Hughes running out of steam. Bells still in front of McGuigan. So they come down the back straight. Bells out of the saddle again, desperately trying to keep McGuigan on her wheel. But it's Lewis Marshall, Steve Mayman, Ron Hughes, and down the front straight will be Gabby Bells, followed by Sharon McGuigan. And then across the line comes Keith Ham. Next up, as we go to our elite women. Our elite women are under 19s. So in this 30-lap scratch race, we're going to have Megan Barker from Canterbury Track Cycling, Nicole Duncan from the Central Coast, Ella Whitehouse from Balmoral, Jemima Hargraves from Castlemaine, a big national field here, Anna Dubier from Lidcombe Auburn, Megan Moore and Eden Sealy-Cunnington from Balmoral, Neve Parslow from Hamilton Wheelers, Caitlin Rose from Newcastle, Victoria Smith from Rockhampton, Chloe Bowen, Maddie Taylor and Courtney McGowan from UQ. As our ladies start to roll around. So this is our elite under-19 juniors and our women's masters 1 and 2. On the front, that looks like it's going to be Maddie Taylor, maybe, number 28. As Eden starts to make her presence felt. Neve Parslow flicks the elbow. Chloe Bowen there as well. Chloe followed very closely by McGowan. Megan Moore on the front now. So ladies all starting to test each other just a little bit. Across the line wearing the Bridge Lane kit. That's Nicole Duncan. She really starts to stretch them out already. As Duncan rolls up, she hands it over to Lucky 13, Megan Baker from Canterbury. Short, sharp turns from the girls on the front now, from the ladies, sorry. Sealy-Cunnington, she stretches them out just a little bit more on her wheel. That's Victoria Smith. Great to see Victoria back and racing. She's got Neve Parslow on her wheel. As Parslow flicks the elbow. It's Chloe Bowen on the front now. Maddie Taylor's in 28, not in the program. Then it's back to Nicole Duncan. She's still got Megan Baker for company and Megan Moore, and you can see them stretching out. McGowan really starting to fight for that wheel now. Ella Whitehouse in there as well from Balmoral. See some gaps starting to open. And it's our under-19 ladies have been caught out just a little bit. Sealy-Cunnington, Bowen, Megan Moore and Neve Parslow. They form the chasing pack. Victoria Smith just off the back a little bit. So Chloe Bowen to the front. She slows things down. But Sealy-Cunnington, she rolls through. Opens up a little gap there, but it'll be Duncan who closes that one down. She's followed by Baker as the elite women go again. So Duncan, Baker and Dubier. Those three are off the front. They're going to be joined by Maddie Taylor. As the pack behind start to give chase. But it's Duncan rolls off a little bit. Neve Parslow finds herself out there with not much company. So still at the front, it's going to be Baker and Duncan. They've got Dubier there as well, and Maddie Taylor. But it's Caitlin Rose and Neve Parslow in the middle. They're being chased down by Megan Moore, Courtney McGowan, and Chloe Bowen. Just off the back of that chasing group. That's Ella Whitehouse. She's nearly made touch with the back wheel of Chloe Bowen. Eden Sealy Cunnington, she's out there by herself now. But it's our front four. Baker, Duncan, Dubier, and Taylor. Chloe Bowen, she leads the chase. She's followed by Parslow. Ella Whitehouse in there as well. And another little gap opens up in front of Megan Moore. 16 laps to go, so we're nearly halfway through this 30-lap scratch race for our elite women, under-19 women, and women of Masters 1 and 2. Neve Parslow did a lot of work then to close the gap, but it's Duncan on the front. She's going to open it up again. She's got Maddie Taylor, followed by Baker, and then Dubier on the back. Chloe Bowen now giving chase. She's got Parslow. With them, Caitlin Rose. Victoria Smith now, she'll go around the outside, they'll go. So Bowen, Parslow and Rose, followed by McGowan and Moore. It's Ella Whitehouse out there, just a little bit by herself at the moment, but the four out the front. Now we get chase from Caitlin Rose. They're within 15 metres of that front pack. So Rose, Bowen and Parslow have done a great job to get back in contention. It's McGowan and Moore starting to work together. As our front four become our front seven, the tempo comes out. This is a good chance for Moore and McGowan to make some inroads onto that front seven with 11.5 laps to go. McGowan sees them. She ups the tempo. Megan Moore sits in her wheel. Maddie Taylor. Duncan now. She starts to go. Anna Dubier. Bowen. Rose in there. Now it's Parslow. So Maddie Taylor, she flicks the elbow. So it's Taylor, Dubier, Duncan, Baker, Rose, Parslow, Bowen. So we can see the chasing too of Megan Moore and Courtney McGowan. They've nearly made the back of this field. So we start to see off the front and giving chase Neve Parslow, but it's Nicole Duncan off the front as she makes her move just before the chasing duo make contact as they watch them get their gap out to about 20 metres. It was down to a 7 or 10. But it's Duncan off the front. She's made a great move with 8 laps to go. Megan Baker, she rolls up as we watch Duncan go into the distance. And that gap opens up to that second chasing pack to Megan Moore. That's about 30 metres now. But it's Duncan all by herself from Central Coast. So Nicole Duncan with 7 laps to go. Across the line, that was Caitlin Rose. Now Neve Parslow, she ups the tempo. Maddie Taylor, Chloe Bowen. Then it's Baker. Then Dubier. Things really starting to heat up now as Nicole Duncan, they closed the gap fairly quickly. The chasing duo of McGowan and Moore, they're about 100 metres away now. Joining up the lapped riders, that'll be Victoria Smith, Eden Sealy Cunnington and Whitehouse from Balmoral. But at the front, it's still our 7. They're coming through with 5 laps to go. Megan Moore, she's taken about 10 metres out of the front pack on that lap. But it's a big gap to close in the next 4.5. So Moore and McGowan, they're together. On the front, it's Dubier. She's followed by Rose. Now it's Parslow, then Taylor, then Bowen. As our lapped riders start to get in on the action as well. McGowan and Megan Moore, they've made up another 20 metres in that lap. They've got 3 more laps. Can they do anything there? It's Victoria Smith just off the back of Maddie Taylor. But McGowan and Moore, they haven't given up on catching this front group with 2.5 laps to go. It's down to about 50 metres. So they've closed down 50 in the last 2 laps. It's Bowen off the front. Can anyone chase down Bowen? It's going to be Duncan at the top. She's got Baker there for company. 1.5 laps to go, and it's Chloe Bowen out by herself. Now Duncan, she'll go around the outside, followed by Megan Baker. Followed by Dubier, Rose, Parslow. Into the front straight they come, so it's still Duncan on the front as they come across the line. Duncan will just get it over Baker, followed by Dubier. Then Rose, Parslow, the first of our under-19s. Sorry, Dubier was the first of the under-19s. Good racing from our elite women, under-19s and women's masters 1 and 2. Next up, we go into our elite men.
That was a really good call.
Our elite men and our under-19 men. Now, under-19 juniors. Tom Waits from Balmoral. He's joined by Zach Douglas-Savage and Sterling Jarnell. From Bundaberg, Will Holzberger. He had a great weekend up at Bundy. Lockie Walters from Hamilton Wheelers. Sammy Hilditch from UQ. Liam Vaughan from Bundy. Keely Kitkovics from Gold Coast. Porter White from the Darling Downs. And Sasha Williams from the Sunny Coast. They'll be joined by our elite men. Rowan Hayden-Smith. Tyler Tompkinson. Good to see him. Liam Walsh. Joey Black. Declan Trezise. Back from overseas. Harry Schoff, Luke Rickard, Noah Blannon, Josh Nixon, Joshua Cotton, and Bernie Swart. What a field with some international riders in there for the elite men. And some elite riders in waiting in the under-19s. 40 laps to go. As they roll through, the men will just start to work out what their pace is. On second wheel now, that looks like Liam Vaughan. He'll go through to the lead. Liam Vaughan, first year under-19. So they all start to make their way around now. Bernie Swart starting to make a move around the outside. On the front, Tom Waits, he flicks the elbow. We start to see a bit of pace coming in there now. As we start to see the pace really come up as they head around with 36 laps to go. And that is Liam Walsh, a fine young rider in Liam. He hands it over. That looks like it's Noah Blannon. These are big names in our field here at Anna Meares Velodrome tonight. As the boys start to open the gap, that's Lockie Walters, followed by Zach Douglas-Savage. And we've got a group of 6 off the front. That looks like it's Walsh. He's going again. It's Liam Walsh. He goes for company. He's got Harry Schoff. Zach Douglas-Savage, they've opened up. The field's falling apart as they come around. Tom Waits trying to get back on. Zach Douglas-Savage, he's making his mark as a first-year 19. What company he's keeping? Liam Walsh, Harry Schoff, Zach Douglas-Savage. as the chasing pack. They join back on, but out the front, it's Liam Walsh. Shakes the head a little bit. Where'd my teammates go? So it's Walsh off the front by himself. Now the chase is back on in earnest as we see the field absolutely splitting apart. Walsh, he rolls up. Flick of the elbow. They're going to hand it over to Will Holzberger. He flicks up. Now the pace back on. That looks like Declan Trezise on the front. Good to see Declan back in Australia. So Declan, he's followed there by Rowan Hayden-Smith. He's having a good ride as well. Tom Waits up there in that front trio. Across the line with 29 to go. Waits, Trezise, and then Rowan Hayden-Smith, but they're all back together now as things start to get a little bit messy as Bernie Schwartz, he tries to close the gap. Liam Vaughan doing a hell of a lot of work down the back straight, trying to get back on terms with his front group. As the front group settles down just momentarily, Tyler Tompkinson, great young man from Balmoral, he flicks the elbow. And they all start to settle down again, down the back straight. 27 laps to go this time around. Zach Douglas-Savage having a great ride. He hands it over to Luke Rickard. Luke spending some time over in Europe this year. So all the men back together. Across the line, that looks like Lockie Walters. He wants to keep that pace high. He's followed by Trezise. And now we see the splits open up again. Lockie Walters created the split, but now he falls back. So off the front, 4 antagonists, and they're going for it. Liam Walsh, Rowan Hayden-Smith, he's in there. Tom Waits is in there. Declan Trezise. The 4 off the front. Now we can see the chase. There's a bit of panic in that second group. Tyler Tompkinson, he closes the gap. He makes it a front group of 5. Now the chase on in earnest. Will Holzberger, as they start to make their way around the top of Joey Black, they go. Check out Joey's Facebook page. He's raising money for Movember. Our front 5 become a front 6. So Tom Waits across the line. And joining them, that was Noah Blannon. He did a lot of work to get back across. He'll take some time to just catch his breath. So Blannon, he's not going to go on the front at this stage. We're going to be led through by Walsh. Down the back straight. So our 6 growing in numbers again. Zach Douglas-Savage, he's trying to make the move across. What a ride he's having. He flicks up. He's looking for company. He finds Lockie Walters there to join him. Can't hold on to Lockie's wheel as they go round 1 and 2. So we've got a group of 10 off the front. Lockie Walters nearly there. Zach Douglas-Savage nearly there. But it's Walsh on the front. He hands it over to Rowan Hayden-Smith. Down the back straight. Now they're starting to find their rhythm. Lockie Walters, he starts to join on now. He's on the back. Good ride there from Lockie Walters. He'll take a breather. Declan Trezise on the front. He's followed by Tyler Tompkinson. This is going to be a good closing 20 laps of our opening scratch race for our Omnium State Championship here at Meares Velodrome. Zach Douglas-Savage, he's burying himself trying to get there, but he drops the head. Noah Blannon hits the front. He did a lot of work to catch up. He hands it over to Luke Rickard. The boys starting to settle down just that little bit now. So Trezise back on the front. Was Sam Hilditch in the all white there. He handed that over. Good to see Sammy back on the boards. Douglas Savage, Swart. They're joining up. Can they get across? Bernie Swart doing a whole lot of work there. So Bernie pushing through. Zach Douglas Savage with him. Will Holzberger there as well. So 12 at the front, but it looks like Swart and Zachary Douglas Savage are going to make their way through. As Luke Rickard, he flicks the elbow, and it's Sam. He hands it over to Declan Trezise. A good mix of elite and under-19 men with 13.5 laps to go. First race of our Omnium Championship for our elite men and under-19s. It's Tyler Tompkinson. He flicks over. He hands it back to Walsh. Walsh down the back straight. He looks like he's got Tompkinson for company. Good racing here. Noah Blannon, he flicks the elbow. Down the back straight as all the men start to take a breather. Onto the front, never far away, Sterling Jarnell. He hands over to Sam Hilditch. Hilditch hands over to Trezise. Trezise doing a lion's share of the work here in this scratch race. 40 laps of Meares Velodrome. Liam Walsh back on the front. Now it's our number one, Tom Waits from Balmoral. He did a lot of work early. Now he's back in the action. Into the front straight and across the line with 9 to go. That's Noah Blannon. Luke Rickard off the front. Zach Douglas Savage off the front. Very short, sharp turns. Walters off the front. 8 laps to go now, 2 kilometres. It's Sterling Jarnell back on the front. He flicks it to Sam Hilditch. He flicks the elbow to Declan Trezise. Down the back straight, 7.5 laps to go. Into the front straight, very short, sharp turns on this scratch race. A lot to play for. You want to get some points early. Liam Walsh flicks up the track. Tom Waits back on the front again now. No one blinking yet. Bernie Swart just off the back. Tiny gap opening behind Rickard. He flicks over to Douglas Savage. Walters on the front. He's got Hilditch for company. Behind Hilditch, Declan Trezise. He flicks it over. He hands it over to Sterling Jarnell. Jarnell flicks it. He hands it over to Tyler Tompkinson, sorry. Down the back straight with 4.5 laps to go as they come around this time. 1 more kilometre. Now it comes. Rowan Hayden-Smith, he flicks off the front. Rickard at the front, Hilditch at the front. Zach Douglas Savage. Some of these under-19 boys, first year, they've only just turned 16. Lockie Walters on the front, flicks the elbow, no one's there. Holzberger, he rolls up. Liam Walsh, he goes into the sprinters lane. Now it's a cat and mouse game as they all start to watch. Declan Trezise there in third wheel. They come around now with 2 laps to go. This will sort them out. Across the line, and it's Liam Walsh. He's happy on the front. He's been on there for a lap now. Hilditch starting to come around the outside. He's got Rickard for company. As they all start to move, they're about 8 wide as they go into 3 and 4. And it's Walsh kicks. Trezise goes with him. So it's Walsh on the front. Declan Trezise there as well. Tyler Tompkinson in there. Luke Rickard in there. As they all join together, coming into 3 and 4. It's Liam Walsh still on the front. Liam Walsh leads them through, followed by Tyler Tompkinson. Declan Trezise could throw a tissue over the rest of them. Very compact race for our elites and under-19 men. What a way to start our championship night for the Omnium. Those boys will go and get a nice, well-earned rest. as we start to head back to our under 15 ladies and boys. They're into their second race of the Omnium. So going into a tempo race for our under 15s, that's going to be 12 laps. We'll have 4 laps lead in. They're not neutral, they're 4 laps of lead in. When we get the bell, the first person across the line will get 1 point. If you do get lapped, you do lose points. So our under 15, Sienna Golding, Maddie Douglas-Savage, Elise Vaughan and Hannah Walters. For our boys, Flynn Jensen, Cam Franks, Riley Dixon, Harley Bradshaw, Paddy Richardson, Felix Henderson, Elliot King, Ethan Lee and Aidan Parslow. So confirm the results. Liam Walsh, Tyler Tompkinson, Declan Trezise, Luke Rickard, Noah Blannon, Sam Hilditch and Rowan Hayden Smith. Right, as our under 15s get ready to go. 4-lap lead in, then they'll get the bell. And every lap after that, the first across the line will get 1 point. The points won't count towards their overall score. It'll still be 40 points for the winner, 38 for second, 36 for third. So we start to see our under 17s hit the infield. They want to start to warm their legs up. That's Cam Franks, our winner from the scratch race earlier on. He leads them through. 12 laps to go. So the first 4 laps aren't neutral, but they are lead-in laps. Off the front, it looks like Elise Vaughan all out there by herself as she looks around. So the under 15 boys and ladies all in together. They will have separate podiums later on tonight. Fairly sedate as they head through down the back straight. So it's still Elise Vaughan out there by herself. Just a wheel or bike length or so in front of Hannah Walters as she comes around on the stayers line. She's got Sienna Golding for company. Ethan Lee down there as well from Ipswich. If you're wondering who Paddy Richardson is, that's a fine young fellow with the green helmet on at the back. Happy birthday for 2 days ago, Paddy Richardson. Now on the inside, that looks like Felix Henderson from Balmoral. He goes to the front. And around the outside, knowing they're getting the bell, it's Aidan Parslow. He wants to make a move straight away. He wants to collect some points early in the piece. He's getting chased down by Cam Franks. So there's the bell. Next time around, they will get a point for first across the line. Cam Franks looks like he's very hungry to take as many points as he can. As Aidan Parslow just lifts off the gas a little bit. Elliot King coming around the outside. But Cam Franks looks around. He'll open the account. He'll get 1 point. So Cam Franks collects the first point. Flicks up. Riley Dixon now to the front. He's followed by Sienna Golding as Riley opens up down the back straight. Off the back, Felix Henderson. Down the front straight they come. Riley, he'll come across the line. He's going to be happy to sit on the front. He's not going to give up his spot. He's going to make everyone come around him to collect points. So a point each to Cam Franks and Riley Dixon. as they make their way around with 5 laps to go, and it's still Riley on the front. Everyone handing Riley the points, no one willing to go around, so he moves to 2 and into the front of our points race. Cam Franks, he's going to have to make some moves if he wants to collect Riley on the way around, but he's stuck back there in about 6th or 7th wheel. As Dixon comes around, he'll collect another point with 3. Golding there in 2nd. Harley Bradshaw there as well. Aidan Parslow there. Elliot King, Elise Vaughan, Cam Franks. In trouble here if Riley Dixon comes through and gets the points. That'll almost sew it up for him. As Dixon does come through, no one willing to go around Dixon. He moves to 4. So Cam Franks the only one that can catch him. He'll have to win the next 3. As Dixon looks around, he sees Franks come around the outside. Dixon kicks as they go out of 3 and 4. So Cam Franks, he gets his 2nd point. He's going to need to get every lap from here on in to get equal points with Riley Dixon. But Harley Bradshaw, he wants to make a move around the outside. As Harley Bradshaw goes around the outside, Cam Franks trying to keep up with him. But Harley Bradshaw goes through, so that'll sew it up for Riley Dixon. He can cool down a little bit now. He's got this one won and done. But it's Bradshaw, Franks and Golding. Golding wanting to collect a point for our under-15 women. And it does. It looks like it'll be Sienna Golding. She'll come through and collect the point as well. Good race there from Sienna. So Riley Dixon, dominant style. He'll get 4. Cam Franks on 2. Harley Bradshaw on 1. And Sienna Golding on 1. Next up, we move to our under-17 ladies for their points race. Tempo, pardon me, 20-lap tempo. So our under-17 ladies, Bella Potts, Sienna Monteith, Ava Robbins, April Paddy, Lavinia Ward, Michaela Gibbs, Addison Torr, Chloe Buckley and Grace Hunter. Jackie Menglemore and Dave Moore looking on in anticipation for Ava. Nice haircut, Dave. That looks wonderful. As they roll around, it's Addison Torr will lead them through. We've got the whistle, so 4 lead-in laps and then 1 lap, well, 1 point per lap for the first to cross the line after that. Good to see Ariel Henderson in the crowd as well. As we roll across, it's Bella Potts on the front, followed by Monteith and Buckley. So Buckley comes across the line, 2 laps down, 2 more laps and they'll get the bell. Buckley hands it across to Paddy. She hands it across to Lavinia Ward. Then it's Robbins. Then Torr, then Hunter. Addison Torr leads them across, 1 more lap and then they'll get the bell. If you're on the infield and you need a bit of love, feel free to go and see Aaron Bear Liang. He's always up for a cuddle. As they head into the back straight, they'll come around now with 16 laps to go. It's going to be Sienna Monteith will lead them across on the bell lap. On the outside, it looks like Michaela Gibbs, hungry to collect a point. Sienna Monteith ups the tempo, going to make it very hard for the ladies to come round. Buckley's going to try. Robbins is going to try. So Monteith will roll through. She'll get our first point. So Sienna collects a point. Will she do what Riley Dixon did and just sit on the front and make all the ladies come around? It does look like she's going to try and do that. Ava Robbins will not be party to that, I wouldn't think, as she starts to move around the outside. Oh, I think Sienna maybe just got in front of Robbins on that one. It is. So Sienna goes to 2 as Lavinia Ward goes around the outside of Robbins. Robbins will go with her. They've got Grace Hunter for company there as well. Lavinia Ward, she'll collect a point. Flicks the elbow, hands it over to Ava Robbins. So Sienna on 2, Lavinia on 1. Down the back straight, Ava Robbins looking for anyone going to come and try and steal her point this time around. Round the outside, it's Grace Hunter makes a move. So Grace Hunter, she collects some points. She moves into the sprinters lane at the front. Good move there from Grace Hunter. Caught Ava Robbins napping just a little bit coming out of turn 4. I think Ava will return serve this time around. No, Grace comes through. She'll collect 2. So Grace moves on to 2 with Sienna Monteith. Grace Hunter is just turning into an incredible young rider. Ava Robbins around the outside now. That looks like it's Bella Potts. Bella moves into the front. 10 laps to go. Ava flicks the elbow. She moves up. Monteith, she knows how dangerous Bella Potts is out the front. She's got April Paddy for company. So the 3 Balmoral girls have headed off the front as Monteith comes around the outside of Bella Potts. Monteith, she'll collect another point. She'll go to 3. April Paddy going with her. So we've got a group of 3 at the front and no one really giving chase at the back as Michaela Gibbs is on the front. Round the outside, April Paddy, she wants to collect a point. She does. So Paddy and Monteith, they're by themselves now as Bella Potts falls off. The two Balmoral ladies of Monteith and Paddy, they could sew up the next 8 laps, but it's Grace Hunter starting to make moves. So Paddy collects another point. Paddy will move to 2. So Sienna Monteith on 3. Hunter and Paddy on 2. Ward and Potts on 1. As the chasing pack, doesn't look like there's any impotence in that. As Monteith collects another point, she'll go to 4. Paddy and Monteith can get first and second if they keep working together like this. With 5 laps to go, Paddy rolls across the line. That'll take her to 3 points. And second, Grace Hunter in third with 2 points as Grace now starts to lead the chase. 4.5 laps to go, 4 more points. And across the line this time, Sienna Monteith, she collects the point. She'll go to 5. So 5 for Monteith, 3 for Paddy, 2 for Hunter. As Monteith and Paddy working very well together. The 2 Balmoral girls looking very, very good at the front. As Paddy comes across the line, that'll move her to 4 points. Monteith now, she starts to streak away. Paddy loses the wheel just a little bit. 2.5 laps to go for Monteith. She might just soak up the rest of the points. Monteith across the line, another one. She'll go to 6. That'll make her unbeatable unless Paddy can come back and draw even. But it looks more and more likely that Sienna Monteith will collect the next 2. And that'll leave April Paddy there in second place on 4 points. She'll be untouchable. And Grace Hunter on 2 points. She'll be untouchable in third. As Monteith unassailable now with 1 lap to go. Lavinia Ward, she wants a piece of this action. Ava Robbins giving chase. Sienna Monteith, though, she's got about 70 metres as they head into turns 3 and 4. Sienna Monteith, she'll come across the line and collect the last point. Good ride from Sienna, Lavinia Ward, Ava Robbins, Michaela, Bella, Chloe Buckley, Grace Hunter and April Paddy. Good ride there. So Sienna Monteith will take the win on that one, followed by April Paddy and Grace Hunter. Moving into our under-17 men's tempo. This will be 20 laps as well. Will Emilius, Felix Crossman. I haven't seen Felix out there, I don't think, yet. Oliver Jordan, Bodie Dusha, Josh Franks, he's up here in the live stream booth. He's a bit under the weather. Cruz Kemps, Oscar Schoff, Eli Taylor, Harry Dowling, Flynn Larkins, George GT Tucker, Oliver Urry, Hunter Davis, Lockie Chamberlain, and the new boy on the block from Bundaberg, Jack Parker. As our men start their tempo race, Oliver Urry on the front, 4 laps lead in. Then we'll get the bell with 16 to go. 1 point for the first across the line every lap from there on in. Harrison Dowling not happy with being at the back of the field. He's going to try and make his way around. But everyone quite happy to sit on Ollie Urry's wheel, but he flicks the elbow and hands it over to Taylor. He hands it over to Schoff. Schoff hands it over. Larkins rolls up with Schoff. George Tucker. Oliver Jordan. 2 more laps to go before they get the bell. Will Emilius, Hunter Davis roll up. Lockie Chamberlain now. He's got Harry Dowling. He rolls up with him. Around to the front, it's Oscar Schoff again. He's got Larkins for company. Then it's Jack Parker. Ollie Urry, Eli Taylor coming on in the inside. Half a lap until they get the bell. We've seen how important those early points can be as Dowling makes his way down the inside. Ollie Urry drops in front of him. GT, guess who he's got for company on his back wheel? Ollie Jordan. As Taylor goes, he's got Jack Parker. GT, he's going to chase Eli. Then it's Jordan, Schoff, Larkins. Kemp's on Larkins' wheel. Chamberlain just off the back as Larkins comes around. It's Taylor on the first lap. Eli Taylor will get the point from George Tucker. As those two, are they going to work together as they roll through? Taylor will stay on the front. Taylor, Tucker, Jordan, Schoff, Larkins, Kemps, Dowling, Emilius, Chamberlain fighting to get back on. He's got Davis for company. Urry and Parker off the back. There goes Schoff. He goes around the outside. Tucker drops the head. So Schoff, this is a very dangerous for our under-17 men. This could be the last they see of him as Schoff comes through and gets a point. So it's Taylor and Schoff with a point each. Tucker rolls up. Jordan rolls up. Taylor, he's on the front now. They've already lost about 70 metres to Oscar Schoff. He's going to dominate this race if they can't work Schoff through. He's got 2 points. Kemps flicks the elbow. He hands it over to Larkins. As they see Schoff disappear around turn 3. Schoff comes through with 11 laps to go. There's probably a few boys in that pack wondering why they didn't try that little bit harder to get on his wheel. And then possibly also thinking I couldn't. As Schoff now, he's got half a lap. So for the under-17 boys now, probably best to sit up and wait for Oscar to join them. Then they can fight over points again. But Larkins leads them across the line. He's got Davis for company. Larkins flicks. Hunter Davis flicks up. Chamberlain flicks up. Kemps inherits the lead. As Oscar Schoff, loving every minute of this. The boys are still chasing, meaning he's just going to collect every point as he goes through. If the boys all sat up, they'd all lose 20 points, but they would all start to be able to fight for points again. As Schoff comes through. So as it stands, Schoff on a lot of points, 5. Eli Taylor on 1. As they're still trying to chase him down, but he's still half a lap in front with 7 laps to go. Oscar Schoff just maintaining that lead. looks across the track, sees he's still got half a lap. All the boys fighting. Chamberlain off the front. Taylor still half a lap as Taylor and Schoff look at each other from opposite sides of the track. Will Emilius, he rolls up. Oliver Urry in there. Tucker, Jordan. As Schoff opens it up to about 140 metres now. He can see the tail of that chasing group as he heads down the back straight. And Schoff not worried at all. He's on a cool-down lap while the rest of the under-17 men are scrambling. So in the chasing pack, so it's still Schoff. He makes another 10 metres that lap. 3.5 to go for Schoff. As the rest of the under-17 men a bit disorganised, no one really wanting to do anything. Schoff, 3 laps to go. He'll catch them now. The boys possibly should have slowed down about 10 laps ago. But now they're going to kick, and it's all in vain. So Chamberlain on the front, Taylor, Emilius, Tucker, Jordan, Dowling, Davis, Kemps, Larkins, Urry. Oscar Schoff riding along with Jack Parker as Schoff just rolls up the track now with 1.5 laps to go. Taylor decides to open it up just a little bit. Now Larkins coming around the outside. He wants to join up with George Tucker. Larkins the whole way around. He's got Kemps for company on his wheel. Now Taylor, he picks up the pace. Larkins into the front straight. The bell's gone. Schoff's got half a lap to go. Tucker now. He's going to try and go around the outside. Larkins and Tucker at the front. They've got Kemps. Will Emilius there as well. Jordan there. Larkins did a lot of work there. Now he's got Chamberlain trying to chase him down on the front straight. Across the line for second will be Emilius, but it'll be Taylor who gets second overall. That was Tucker. Then Jordan, Kemps, Larkins and Chamberlain. Then Dowling, Hunter Davis and Urry. But looks like Eli Taylor did enough to secure second place in that tempo for under 17 men. So Taylor and Tucker on equal points on one. Sorry, I forgot about George's first lap. Next up, our Masters 3 to 6. So a 30-lap tempo. Different podiums for our different categories of Masters. .30 laps, so 4 lead-in laps. Then with 26 to go, it'll be 1 point per lap for the rest. As Meares rolls across the line, followed by Ray Smith. In there, Andrew Matheson as well. He was very much the main character in the scratch race earlier on. Sean Crossman there in 4th wheel, Scott Smith. Justin Palmer there as well, he's in 5th wheel. Jay Doraboom, Brad Davis. It's the men, pretty sedate tempo. They know there's a long way to go and a lot of points on offer in 2 laps' time. But it's Matheson across the line. He'll lead them through with two laps before the bell. Matheson's got Meares for company, then Doraboom, then Scott Smith. Justin Palmer there, Jay Doraboom. Sean Crossman in there as well. Sorry, in third wheel, that's Nick Hughes. Brad Davis in there from Bundaberg. Chris Weir. Matty Wynn from the Sunny Coast and Ray Smith from Rockhampton. So they get the bell, so there'll be a point per lap from now on. Peter Meares. He gets out of the saddle. He wants to collect points early and he opens his gap pretty quickly. He looks around. Very canny Kieran rider, Peter Meares. He looks around, sees Sean Crossman coming. Doesn't want to leave it too late as he kicks. Peter Meares just, I think, on that one. Meares and Crossman came across the line almost together, but it's Sean Crossman. He comes across the line first, so Meares won't be happy about that. He left his kick a little bit too late. Matheson collects the point. So Andrew Matheson, and he starts to put the pressure on the pedals. Doroboom for company there as well as Nick Hughes. Crossman back in the mix. Scott Smith there. Justin Palmer. Brad Davis. Matty Wynn. Chris Weir. Meares run out of steam as Matheson collects another point. He'll go to 2. 2 for Matheson, 1 for Crossman. Doroboom, this is going to be dangerous if they can't control this. So Jay Doroboom down the front straight. He's got Hughes for company. Doroboom across the line. He'll get a point. These two could work very well together. Nick Hughes and Jay Doroboom, they know each other very well. Scott Smith flicks the elbow in the chasing pack. He hands over to Palmer. Nick Hughes looks around. He'll collect a point this time. He flicks the elbow. Jay Doroboom. He goes through. Justin Palmer. He increases the tempo. He's got Brad Davis for company. Matheson up there again. As Doroboom looks around, Justin Palmer comes around the outside. Palmer will take that one. As Palmer moves around into the sprinters lane, Doroboom flicks up. Davis now with just a bike length gap to Palmer. Matheson with him. Davis will go across the line. He'll get a point. Good move there from Brad. Now back on the front, Justin Palmer, but around the outside, Andrew Matheson. They all want to take turns in stealing points off Palmer. He won't be too excited about that. As they go into 3 and 4, Palmer still in the sprinters lane. Matheson on the outside. Brad Davis boxed in just a little bit there. Close call on that one. It might have been Matheson, I'm not sure. Was Andrew Matheson collects another point. So Justin Palmer. Andrew Matheson on the 4, Crossman on 1, Doroboom on 1, Nick Hughes on 1 and Justin Palmer on 1. Brad Davis also there on 1. Matheson collects another point. He'll go to 5. So at the front of the race, it's Matheson with a commanding lead in the chasing pack. It's Meares, Smith, Matty Wynn, Sean Crossman, Chris Weir, all giving chase across the line. Justin Palmer, he gets one back over Andrew Matheson. Ray Smith across the line. 15 laps to go. They're halfway through this 30-lap tempo as Meares trying to make up some ground. Cross the line, Brad Davis gets another point. He'll go to 2. As they all roll out of the sprinters lane. On the front, it's Matheson, followed by Palmer, followed by Doroboom. As they're almost making contact with this chasing group. Matheson collects another point. Andrew Matheson, the young man from UQ. As Scott Smith makes a break from the chasing group. But the lead's still there with Andrew Matheson as he collects points on the way. Now the group is back together. So Scott Smith now with the lead. Good move from Scott. He saw the catch coming. Scott Smith across the line. He'll get a point. He's got a commanding lead now. Justin Palmer having to do a lot of work. So it's still Palmer, Matheson and Doroboom, but they're chasing Scott Smith now. So Smith comes around, he'll collect another point as Palmer rolls off the front of that chasing pack. Further back, Brad Davis. He's lost touch with the front four. He's there with Meares and Crossman. Scott Smith, he comes through 3 laps in a row. He's got 3 points. Well-timed move from the pack for Scott Smith. As he flicks the elbow, he's run out of juice as Andrew Matheson comes back around. So Matheson, he'll collect another point. That'll take him to 6, I believe, maybe 6 or 7. As they come down the back straight, Doroboom coming around the outside. Oh, the boys collected. So, yeah, 20 points extra. Matheson on 28. Justin Palmer on 22. Doroboom on 22. Palmer moves to 23 with that. 7 laps to go for our Masters. 3 to 6. Doroboom starting to make a move, but it's Palmer. He wants to collect more. He's trying to get back in touch with Matheson. He collects another one. So Matheson and Palmer in the same Masters category. So Matheson on 28, Palmer on 24. Palmer needing to collect a lot more points. Matheson rolls through. That'll be enough for Matheson to take the win on this one, I think. That'll move him to 29 to Palmer's 24. Palmer can equal with the next 5. But it looks like they're going to catch the group again. Jay Doroboom just off the back just a little bit, but it's Palmer now. Matheson just off the back wheel. This is good news for Matheson if they catch the group. So Palmer moves through. He gets 1 more point and they catch the group, so another 20 points. So Palmer and Matheson very much in control, but as Sean Crossman comes through, Nick Hughes, whoever gets the point there, that'll seal it for Matheson. So Nick Hughes comes across. Matheson will sew this one up with 2 laps to go. Palmer and Matheson still going though. At the front, 49 points for Matheson, 46 for Palmer, 42 for Jay Doroboom. Palmer collects another point. He'll go to 47. Matheson on the front now. Davis there as well. Can Davis sneak a point? Matheson on the front, so it's all about the win now. Matheson collects his point. He goes to 50. Palmer on 46. So Matheson uncatchable. So head down the back straight. Justin Palmer though. This for bragging rights. Justin Palmer, he'll come across the line and collect the final point. Followed by Matheson. Jay Doroboom in 3rd on the points on 42. Followed by Brad Davis on 22 and Scott Smith on 4. Next up, our Masters 7 to 10. They've got a 20-lap tempo. So now Masters 7 to 10. Lewis Marshall, Steve Mayman, Ron Hughes, Gabby Bells, Sharon McGuigan and Keith Ham. As we roll around now, 2nd race for our Masters 7 to 10 in this Omnium here at Meares Velodrome for our state championship. So they get the whistle, 4 laps until they get the bell. So Keith Ham on the front. Looks like it might be Ron Hughes coming around the outside with Mayman and Bells for company. Lewis Marshall there as well. So Steve Mayman on the front, Gabrielle Bells from UQ, Keith Ham from Kangaroo Point. Then Lewis Marshall, Sharon McGuigan and Ron Hughes. So 2 more laps until they get the bell. Don't forget, Saturday and Sunday we have Blackline racing for under 19s and under 23s here at Meares Velodrome. That is going to be a stacked field. Not that we haven't seen a stacked field with all our international riders in the elites tonight. Blackline will add a whole new level of excitement with 150 riders expected on the infield tomorrow and Sunday. As we get the bell, and it's Gabby Bells. But Marshall, he wants to make the move and get around and collect some points. Mayman going with him. So Marshall, Lewis Marshall trying to hold off Mayman, but they're going together. So Lewis Marshall, he'll collect first points. Steve Mayman going with him. Big shout out to Daryl Mayman if you're listening, mate. Good to see you up at Bundaberg last weekend. All the way up from Shepparton. But it's Lewis Marshall still in the front. He'll collect his second point with Steve Mayman on his wheel. Sharon McGuigan there as well with Ron Hughes and Gabby Bells. Keith Ham just off the back. Now Mayman, he takes over the lead from Lewis Marshall. As Steve Mayman settles into that rock solid Panther position. Bells, McGuigan and Hughes still chasing, but they've got about 50 or 60 metres behind Marshall and Mayman. So Lewis Marshall, he's in Masters 8, Mayman in Masters 9, as Marshall collects another point. So Steve Mayman makes his way around again. So Marshall and Mayman taking turns as they've gone around Keith Ham with 11 laps to go. Down the back straight, so it's Marshall and Mayman. They're working together in different categories for their Masters so they can share the points around. Marshall collects the points, he flicks the elbow. Mayman will go through. Marshall on 4, Mayman on 2 with 10 laps remaining. 9 laps, my apologies, as Mayman will come through. He'll go to 3 points. He flicks the elbow. Lewis Marshall, these two working extremely well together. They'll catch the chasing pack and collect an extra 20 points, but they'll want to go straight around if they collect them too early. They've got them. Gabby Bell's now in with an opportunity to get a point. If she can hold it across the line, Lewis Marshall denies. He'll collect the point. So now Mayman opens up a little gap over Bells. Marshall closes that gap. So they go around Keith Ham once again. So Mayman and Marshall will collect 20 points. Bells pushing to try and get back on terms with Mayman and Marshall. Now Mayman can't find his wheel with Marshall, but it's Sharon McGuigan going around the outside. She wants to collect a point. Bad news for Gabby Bells, who found herself boxed in there. So Sharon McGuigan will collect a point. She'll be happy with that. She's in the race with Gabby Bells, as Mayman, he closes the gap very, very quickly If we look in old terms, I think Steve Mayman's on about 140 inches if you look at the size of that gear as Mayman comes across the line. Steve Mayman, absolute gentleman of the sport as he rolls through, collects another point. So 25 each to Marshall and Mayman as Steve comes back across the line again. He flicks the elbow. Gabby Bells has done well to get back on terms. She'll need to get around Marshall and Mayman to collect a point to go back on even terms with Sharon McGuigan. As around the outside they go from Keith Ham. So Marshall will collect some points. Has Bells got anything in her legs to get a point before the end of the race? Bells now sits on Steve Mayman's wheel down the back straight. She's got distance between herself and Sharon McGuigan with Lewis Marshall in between. As Mayman comes across the line, he'll collect another point. He looks around. Bells, if she can hold on to this one, she'll get a point and go onto equal points with Sharon McGuigan. She kicks down the back straight, but Lewis Marshall, he's going to go around the outside. He's not going to let Gabby Bells get that point. There's the bell, so Lewis Marshall, around he goes. So Marshall and Mayman have been in control of this race from the get-go, but it's Lewis Marshall. He opens the gap by about 20 metres to Stevie Mayman. Then Ron Hughes, Gabby Bells and Sharon McGuigan. Keith Ham gets the bell as well. So Marshall, Mayman, Hughes, Bells, McGuigan, and then Ham. Next up, our elite women, under 19 women and women's masters 1 and 2. So up next, our elite women under 19 and women masters 1 and 2. What a great race these ladies started off with for our scratch race. Looking forward to seeing what they can do. Megan Baker from Canterbury, Nicole Duncan from Central Coast, Ella Whitehouse, Jemima Hargraves, Anna Dubier, Megan Moore, Eden Sealy Cunnington, Neve Parslow, Caitlin Rose, Victoria Smith, Chloe Bowen, Maddie Taylor and Courtney McGowan. So 30-lap tempo, 4-lap lead in, and then a point every lap after that. We know how cagey these ladies are. First 4 laps, they'll all want to try and work out their position in the pack. So Eden Sealy Cunnington, she hands it over to Megan Baker. Baker rolls up. She hands it over to Parslow on Parslow's wheel. Chloe Bowen. Then we've got Caitlin Rose from Balmoral. Across the line there, that's Caitlin Rose. Megan Moore up the front now. And from Bridge Lane, that's Nicole Duncan. She inherits the lead. She hands it over to Maddie Taylor. Maddie Taylor hands it over to Victoria Smith, followed by Courtney McGowan. McGowan hands it over to Sealy Cunnington. Then it's Parslow. There's the bell, so 1 point for first across the line from here on in. And around the outside, the superstar from Rockhampton, Victoria Smith. What a move that is. She caught them all napping around 1 and 2. Ray Smith, this is how you do it. So it's Victoria. Makes her way around. Vic Smith, she'll get one. And she'll go on with it as Neve Parslow and Chloe Bowen. not really keen on chasing too hard. So Victoria Smith, she'll get at least one more point as she's opened up about 20 or 30 metres maybe. Victoria Smith, 2 points. Chased down by Chloe Bowen and Neve Parslow. Can see Victoria Smith, big effort for 2 laps. As she starts to slow down, the pack knows she's tired, but she'll come through and collect her 3rd point. Great move there from Victoria Smith. As she gets off the gas and rolls up, 3 points. She'll be happy with that. Now she'll just need to jump back on the pack as Megan Moore rolls through. She's followed by Nicole Duncan. It's Duncan who goes to the top of Megan Moore. She's followed by Dubier, followed by Maddie Taylor. Megan Moore, she got caught out a bit in that first scratch race. She won't want to do that again this time around. So Duncan goes through. She'll get another one. She hands it over to Dubier. So Vic Smith on 3, Nicole Duncan on 2. Dubier now coming through. She'll catch Victoria Smith. So Vic will go a lap down. Dubier will collect some points. She hands it back to Duncan. On her wheel, Maddie Taylor. On her wheel, Megan Moore. As the chasing pack slowly start to get back. But it's going to be Duncan. Megan Baker, she's made up ground. She's back in that front pack now. But off the front, it's Maddie Taylor. Neve Parslow joining that front group. Chloe Bowen trying to chase them down. She'll get on Nicole Duncan's wheel. But it's Maddie Taylor. Megan Moore now. Good to see her back up the front. Moore leads them around. And from mid-pack, the young Hamilton Wheelers rider from in the development squad of ARA Skip Capital, Neve Parslow. That was a good move from the back straight. Denies Megan Moore the point. Neve Parslow could go on with this and collect quite a few as she heads down the back straight. She's opened it up to about 20 metres. No one really trying too hard to chase. So Parslow goes through. She'll get another one. So she'll go to 2 points. Parslow can go through. She'll maybe get to 3. Nicole Duncan on 3. Parslow on 2. Dubier on 1. Taylor on 1. Parslow, can she keep it in there for one more? Duncan denies, I think, on that one. Nicole Duncan goes through. She's got Dubier for company. Neve Parslow still with a handy collection of points for the young under-19 ARA Skip Capital development rider. Duncan goes through from Bridge Lane. Dubier there now as well. Megan Baker, she makes up ground. So Duncan collects another point. Dubier will want to collect some more now. So Dubier, our under-19, she'll come across the line and collect points. They go around Victoria Smith. Back to Nicole Duncan, our elite lady. As the chasing pack led by Eden Sealy-Cunnington, they're just falling away a little bit now. Trying to get back on terms as Duncan collects another one. Megan Baker into the lead now. So Megan Baker, she'll want to collect some points. She's got Dubier for company. Then it's back to Duncan, our elite women. Dubier, our under-19. Chloe Bowen, under-19 in 4th wheel. Neve Parslow, Dubier. She comes through and collects another one. Very strong young lady, Dubier from New South Wales. They're under-19 women. Duncan, though, she wants to stamp her authority on this race. With 10 laps to go, Chloe Bowen tries, but it's Nicole Duncan who collects another one. Now Parslow, can she do anything else? She rolls up, she lets Taylor go through. Taylor's got Baker for company. Round 3 and 4, Maddie Taylor gives it over to Megan Baker. She'll collect the point. So we've got a group of 6 out the front. 7, my apologies. The chasing pack of 4. They're maybe 100 metres behind, led by Megan Moore. Across the line, that's Nicole Duncan once again collecting more points. Nicole Duncan absolutely stamping her authority on this race. Megan Moore, Courtney McGowan, Eden Sealy-Cunnington. They're chasing across the line. Chloe Bowen, that's a good win for points. Ella Whitehouse, the other one in that chasing pack. So Chloe Bowen sneaks across to get the point. Nicole Duncan now back on the front. So they come around, they'll have 6 laps to go. Nicole Duncan collecting a few more. So Dubier trying to come around the outside. Dubier just kicks a little bit coming out of turn 4. She comes across the line, so Dubier will collect a few more just over the top of Caitlin Rose. Now Parslow tries to kick again. She wants to go. Duncan, she doesn't want Parslow to get any more. Our elite lady, she's going to try and collect as many as she can. Cross the line though, I think it's Parslow will collect that one. That was a good move from Neve Parslow again down the back straight. Now it's Baker, Duncan and Parslow off the front. They open up to Bowen, Dubier, Taylor and Hargraves. Oh, Rose, sorry. Baker collects some points. Chloe Bowen doing the lion's share of the work with 3 laps to go, trying to get that gap back down. Dubier, she's done a lot of work. She's just dropped off that chasing pack just a little. But she's in a good spot for our under-19. Baker collects another point. As we look to the scoreboard, so Nicole Duncan on 9, Dubier on 4, Parslow on 3, Baker on 3, Taylor on 1 and Chloe Bowen on 1. As we come round, it'll be 1 more lap to go. Duncan on to 10. She's got Parslow for company in this final lap. Duncan kicks as they come around 1 and 2. She looks over, sees the young under-19 rider from Hamilton Wheelers, Neve Parslow, around the outside of Duncan. So Neve Parslow, that'll put her up there on the same points as Dubier, and she'll take honours across the line. Chloe Bowen with a last second dip across the line. So Duncan on 10, Dubier on 4. I think Parslow was on 4 as well. So that'll take Parslow to 4 and equal with Dubier. Then Megan Baker on 3, Maddie Taylor on 1 and Chloe Bowen on 1. New innovation from the live stream crew. We just saw some footage coming up on the big screen. Happy to see that here at Meares Velodrome. Next up though, we move to our elite men and under 19 for their tempo, 40 laps. Same deal, 4 laps lead in, and then a point every lap after that. Some big names in that field, Trezise, Hilditch, Blannon, Walsh. Some big names, Luke Rickard. So they come across the line, Tyler Tompkinson, also with a big race. Zach Douglas Savage in there. This will be an exciting race as they fight for every point. Liam Vaughan, the young man from Bundaberg, he's up there in 5th wheel. Rickard slides up the track. Rowan Hayden Smith, our elite rider, he rolls through. Liam Vaughan down the back straight. He's got Holzberger for company. Hilditch rolls up with Holzberger. Liam Vaughan, he's going to try and go 4 laps out the front. That's going to be a hard ask as Porter White rolls up. Porter having a bit of a quiet scratch race. We didn't see much of him in there. What can he do? But Liam Vaughan, he might have caught the cat napping as Bernie Swart jumps onto the front with Lockie Walters behind him. That looks like Holzberger. So we get the bell. Liam Vaughan, he's got a good 80 metres over the field. This is some valuable points for Liam Vaughan. So Vaughan took the march, took his chances, and he's come around 3 laps out the front by himself. Vaughan will collect a point, and he goes straight to the top. So Trezise, he leads them through now. He's followed by Tom Waits. He's got Zach Douglas Savage for company. As Liam Vaughan, though, he's going to try and collect another one. He will do. He's still got about 30 or 40 metres. So Liam Vaughan, the young man from Bundaberg, he'll want to try and hold on for as long as he can out the front. But now we're starting to see some moves. Tyler Tompkinson coming around. He's got Luke Rickard for company as they very, very quickly join Liam Vaughan. But Vaughan collects the point. It's Tompkinson goes through. He's going to try and break with Rickard as Vaughan shuffles back through the pack. Good collection of points for Liam Vaughan. I think that was Tompkinson takes those ones. Round they come. So Luke Rickard now. Tompkinson trying to get another, but it'd be Rickard on the line. So those boys swapping stories. But Declan Trezise now, look at the power as he goes through. The Kazakhstan Astana rider around 3 and 4 into the front straight. Declan Trezise, he'll collect some points. Looks around, no one's there. Maybe collect a few more on his way through. So everyone else scrambling now, trying to catch up, but it's Trezise out the front. Collect some more points. Walsh now coming through. Walsh with a good turn of speed. Lockie Walters, where did that come from? He's come from nowhere, sailing around the outside. Lockie Walters, he comes across, takes Walsh by surprise. Lockie Walters collects a point, goes on with it down the back straight, opens up the gap to 10, 15 metres. Trezise isn't chasing. Lockie Walters with a sensational move. Looks around. Lockie Walters flicks the elbow. He's collected 2 points. Good move from Lockie. Back on the front, Rowan Hayden-Smith. Liam Vaughan, he's been caught now, so he goes a lap down. So Walsh back across. He'll get the points that time over Rowan Hayden-Smith. The chasing pack led by Porter White. They're about 40 or 50 behind at the moment. Everyone trying to scramble to get back on terms with these elite men at the front. But it's Noah Blannon. He collects some points. Trezise back on the front. Walters there for company, but around the outside, Trezise gets the point just over the top of Harry Schoff. Harry came from a long way back. That'll hurt the legs a little bit. Harry had a great run up at Bundaberg over the weekend. Now back on the front, Lockie Walters. Can he be denied? He is denied by Liam Walsh. So Walsh collecting the points. He's going to try and go on with it, Liam Walsh. Good ride out at the new Meares circuit last week. That's Rowan Hayden-Smith collects the points. Now we see the tempo go up again. That looks like it might be Walsh and Trezise out the front as Holzberger and Vaughan come together. But it's Noah Blannon. He collects some points and he sees a gap over Declan Trezise. Declan rolls up. So Blannon trying to hold on. He will again. Bernie Swart across the line. Blannon across the line. He's joined with Rowan Hayden Smith. So Blannon and Hayden Smith, what can they do together? Lockie Walters with another big kick. Sammy Hilditch, he's leading the chase down the back straight now. Noah Blannon, though, collecting a good amount of points. So we look to the scoreboard. Blannon on 4, Trezise on 3 as they come round. Walters, he collects another one. So 18 laps to go. Walters having some very, very canny moves. Now Trezise comes around the outside. He does well. Trezise goes around the outside of Tom Waits. Collects a few more points, Declan Trezise. Now we're all moving. Rowan Hayden Smith on the front. Hayden Smith, he collects some points. He's got Blannon for company on his back wheel. As the chasing pack, they're not far behind now. Look who's leading that. Zach Douglas Savage, the animator from Balmoral. He's trying to make up ground. But across the line, that looks like Blannon again. Blannon collecting points left, right and centre. Now Walters back to the front. He's got Declan Trezise for company. Liam Vaughan, after his valiant effort at the start, he's falling behind. Declan Trezise back through with more points. So Blannon on the front. He's followed by Tom Waits. So coming to the front straight. Here's Tom Waits, gets some points on his wheel. That's Liam Walsh. Liam very much an antagonist at the start. What can he do now? Into the front straight though, but it looks like Tom Waits will collect more. He's got a good turn of speed, Tom. Liam Walsh just trying to keep on terms. So our under 19s and under 19s and elites all together. Tom Waits, an under 19 rider. He's got his the elites on the ropes at the moment. Tom Waits still got 1.5 bike lengths back. So can he come through? It looks like he'll collect at least one more. Good work from Tom Waits. Still got Liam Walsh there for company, but the gap is down to 1/2 bike length now. As the chasing pack is the remnants of the breakaway. But Tom Waits, he's doing amazing things out the front, the under 19. He's still got for company in there, Liam Walsh. So Liam Walsh goes across the top. In there as well, that looks like Rowan Hayden Smith. So the front 3. Liam Walsh now, he wants to collect a few more points. They come around the outside of the back markers. Zach Douglas Savage looks to his right and says, where did Liam Walsh come from? Tom Waits now falling off. Big effort for the last couple of laps. 6.5 laps to go. It's Liam Walsh off the front. Hayden Smith and Waits doing their best to try and get back on terms. As they go underneath Blannon. Blannon did a lot of work earlier in this race. Trezise, they're about 1/2 lap behind. Bernie Swart across the line. But it's Liam Walsh looking super comfortable off the front. He collects another point. And moves into the lead in 6. Noah Blannon on 5. Declan Trezise on 5 as well. But there's Liam Walsh with 4 to go. He'll move to 7. Trying to put himself in an unassailable position. And the chase from Hayden Smith and Tom Waits is still about 15 metres behind as Liam Walsh goes through with 3 laps to go. That'll almost make him untouchable at the front. One more lap should do it. But now, Hayden Smith coming around the outside of Bernie Swart as they go into 3 and 4. Liam Walsh, he's given it everything. And across the line though, that is Rowan Hayden Smith. So Hayden Smith now across the line. 1.5 laps to go. He's got Tom Waits for company. I have a feeling Walsh might have done enough. So they get the bell. It's Rowan Hayden Smith. Still got Tom Waits for company. Half a lap to go for our front two. Liam Walsh sits up on the back straight. Lockie Walters stays ahead. Rowan Hayden Smith collects the last lap points. Great race from our elite and under 19 men. That finishes up our tempo as we move into the elimination. So for our elimination, no problem, and 2 laps in between. Thanks, Michael. As we move to our elimination, so I'll get half a lap to form up. They'll get the bell. Then every second lap will be an elimination. And it's the last back wheel across the line. So we're judging on the start-finish line. The last wheel across the line, the very back of the wheel, will be the one eliminated. There'll be 2 laps in between each elimination. So our third event of this Omnium, as we head back to our under 15 riders, Sienna Golding, Maddie Douglas-Savage, Elise Vaughan and Hannah Walters for our ladies. For the boys, Flynn Jensen, Cam Franks, Riley Dixon, Harley Bradshaw, Paddy Richardson, Felix Henderson, Elliot King, Ethan Lee and Aidan Parslow. So just waiting for our comms just to tally up the points with the elite and the under 19s from the previous tempo. Big thanks to Louise and Neil and the Oz Cycling Queensland crew, all our commissaires, for making these events possible. As our under 15 elimination is underway. So they get the whistle, Elliot King out the front. All fighting for the front, but it's an elimination, so more worried about what's happening at the back. There's the bell, so we'll get a rider eliminated next time around. It's King and Parslow with Franks and Jensen at the front. Our danger two at the back. Elise Vaughan looks like she's in trouble there as they come around. Hannah Walters in trouble there as well. We just saw her older brother doing really well in the race. So Elise Vaughan from Bundaberg eliminated this time around. Very tight finish. Elise Vaughan from Bundaberg, our eliminated rider. So it's still on the front, Elliot King and Aidan Parslow controlling the tempo. In trouble now, Ethan Lee and Hannah Walters. As up the back straight they go. In trouble might be Felix Henderson there as well. Paddy Richardson in that green helmet. The sprinters lane can sometimes be a dangerous space to be.
87.
And it is, it's Felix Henderson, number 87, gets eliminated this time around. He can go very much from the front of the pack to out the back in 2 turns here at Meares Velodrome. So it's still King and Parslow on the front. Now Paddy Richardson in that beautiful fluoro green helmet that he got for his birthday on Wednesday. He's going to need to back himself out of trouble now. He'll need to go around Ethan Lee. But it's Hannah Walters in the sprinters lane. That could be where the trouble lies. She's going to have to hold off Paddy Richardson and Ethan Lee as they come down the front straight. 85, it's Paddy Richardson. Just eliminated, nothing in that. Hannah Walters like a cat with 9 lives as she comes back around. So they get the bell again. So still King, he's done a lot of work on the front. Hannah Walters makes her way around the outside. Ethan Lee, he might be in trouble. Now on the inside, that could be Aidan Parslow finds himself in a really bad situation as he's going to have to make his way around. He goes into the sprinters lane. That might not be the best move. 113, so it is Aidan Parslow. Aidan Parslow finding himself in trouble. Oh, he lifts his head on the back straight. Can't believe it. Harley Bradshaw, I think, thought he might have been out. Hannah Walters still in there. Ethan Lee at the back. So on the front, it's still King and Franks. Parslow was up there with King before. Shows how quickly an elimination can turn on its head. Now Hannah Walters finds herself in a lot of trouble. She lifts off the pedals. It'll be Hannah Walters. So Ethan Lee just struggling off the back. So Hannah Walters eliminated this time around. Ethan Lee joins back on the back of Harley Bradshaw. They'll get the bell this time around. It's still King on the front. Elliot King, big shout out to Riley and Wendy watching from home on the live stream. Sienna Golding now, she comes around the outside. It's still Ethan Lee in trouble. Cam Franks now, he might find himself in trouble. He's in a spot. Big brother Josh wouldn't be happy he got caught there. But it's Ethan Lee. 102, Ethan Lee, our young man from Ipswich. So still King. He's had Jensen on his back wheel. Now as the tempo goes up, King might find himself in trouble. He's been on the front for a long, long time. So King boxed in that sprinters lane. Around the outside goes Sienna Golding. Flynn Jensen boxes in Elliot King. Down the front straight. Bit too late for Flynn Jensen though, number 66. He gets eliminated. He had to back himself out of trouble. Couldn't do it. Now Bradshaw on the back. In the sprinters lane, that's Cam Franks. Elliot King showing some great poise. But he's going the long way around Meares Velodrome as he comes over the top of Sienna Golding. Harley Bradshaw, he's got a lot of work to do this time around. As they come 4 wide around 3 and 4. Bradshaw in a world of trouble. Golding might be in trouble. It is Sienna Golding. How quickly the elimination can change. So Sienna Golding eliminated. Now we're down to our 4 under 15 boys. Sienna Golding, the last of our under 15 girls, eliminated. So that'll give her the win for the under 15 girls. Now King playing a cat and mouse with Bradshaw. So they come round 1 and 2. I can hear Adam King in the crowd. Go, Elliot, go. So Elliot King around 3 and 4. Harley Bradshaw, he's going to have to get up and boogie the young BMXer. They're all in trouble here, but it's Cam Franks goes from the front to the back in the blink of an eye. Tough break for Cam. They all got up. He just found himself with nowhere to go. So our final 3, Dixon, Bradshaw and King. Adam King's voice cutting through the crowd. So it's Riley Dixon, Harley Bradshaw and Elliot King. They've got the bell this time around. Who's going to end up in 3rd for this elimination in our State Omnium Championship? Elliot King, he's run out of legs. Great ride from Elliot King. He led off the front for a long time, but we're down to 2. Harley Bradshaw, a young man from UQ. He's up with Riley Dixon. Harley Bradshaw really starting to show us what he's made of. We know what Riley Dixon can do. A very established rider up here in Queensland. So cat and mouse begins. Dixon, he goes. He opens up a gap of a bike length over Bradshaw. Down the back straight though, Bradshaw's still out of the saddle. There's only half a bike length in it. Dixon looks around. Bradshaw rolls up. Riley Dixon will come across the line. Riley Dixon winning the elimination of this state championship Omnium. Second place, Harley Bradshaw from UQ, and in 3rd, a very impressive ride from our Hamilton Wheelers rider, Elliot King. As we move into our under 17 ladies elimination, our 3rd race of the Omnium State Championship up here at Meares Velodrome. As our under 17 women or ladies come across the line, it's Bella Potts and Sienna Monteith. We've got the whistle. This time around, we'll get the bell. So there it is. As we look towards the back, in trouble. That looks like Michaela Gibbs and Grace Hunter. Grace already having a great night. She'll want to get herself backed out of that. She does. Soft pedals and then comes around the outside. Now in trouble, April Paddy. April Paddy on the inside as Grace Hunter will get the roll down the hill. But it's Chloe from Cairns, Chloe Buckley, eliminated this time around. Good to see Chloe back at Meares Velodrome. A staple of Queensland racing, Chloe Buckley, so good to see her back. So we get the bell again, in trouble at the back. Addison Tor. Grace Hunter finding herself a little bit boxed in there as well. If Addison can make a move around the outside. Grace Hunter dives to the inside, the safety of the pack, and it's Addison Tor. Last across the line, so Addison Tor eliminated. Grace Hunter toying with elimination at the back. They'll get the bell this time around again. So on the front, it's still Paddy and Potts. Monteith going around the outside. Gibbs and Hunter trying to go around the outside. Grace Hunter goes around the outside of April Paddy. April with a lot of work to do now. She's a bit boxed in by Grace Hunter. She's got nowhere to go. The exit to the lane is blocked by Michaela Gibbs. April Paddy eliminated that time around. Knew with about 20 metres to go that she was in trouble. As the laps very quickly disappear. Lavinia Ward having a good race. She hasn't put her nose in the wind as Ava Robbins goes to the front. Hunter goes around the outside. Bella Potts now in trouble. She's got a long way to go around the outside. Where can she find some room to squeeze into as Grace Hunter comes around the outside? Michaela Gibbs around the outside. That's Bella Potts, number 34. Eliminated. That sprinters lane is a dangerous spot to be. If you find yourself boxed in, you almost need to back out with a lap to go and sprint like crazy to get around. So we go through, we're down to 5. Michaela Gibbs at the back. So Hunter has been toying with elimination from the second lap as she comes around. She's got Michaela Gibbs there as well. Michaela might find herself in trouble with nowhere to go. So Michaela Gibbs eliminated. Down to 4. Monteith, Robbins, Ward and Hunter. So Grace, she's been coming from the back of the pack every lap. How much juice has she got left? She'll need to go the long way. Four wide as they go into 3 and 4. Lavinia Ward's there. Monteith in the sprinters lane. 35, it's Sienna Monteith. A surprise elimination there for Sienna. We're down to 3, Ava Robbins, Lavinia Ward and Grace Hunter. As Sienna Monteith rolls off. Robbins looks around, she sees Lavinia there, she sees Grace there. Grace Hunter, the young triathlete from Genesis Multisport and Hamilton Wheelers. As they come around 3 and 4, has Grace got anything left in the legs? Grace Hunter running out of luck. We're down to 2, Robbins and Ward. Grace Hunter having a great run tonight. She's been right up there in every race. So now our final lap, Ava Robbins leads out Lavinia Ward. As Ava stomps on the pedals, she opens up the gap to Lavinia. Out to 10, out to 15, out to 20. As they come around 3 and 4, Lavinia lifts her head, she's off the pedals. Ava Robbins gets the elbows out and comes across the line. Ava Robbins taking the win, followed by Lavinia Ward and Grace Hunter. Good ride there from Ava Robbins. As we move on to our under-17 men, Emilias, Jordan, Dusha, Kemps, Schoff, Taylor, Dowling, Larkins, Tucker, Urry, Davis, Chamberlain and Parker. Have the boys been watching? What lessons have they learned? So the comms, just making sure the boys all group together as they give the whistle. Now at the front, it's Dowling, Taylor, Urry, Tucker, Schoff, Jordan, Larkins, Davis, They're all up there. Kemps, Chamberlain, Meares. No one wanting to be caught at the back. As they come round, they get the bell. The first elimination about to kick. Larkins looks at Parker. Larkins in trouble now. Chamberlain in trouble. There's a lot of boys in trouble as they come round here. So it's Parker, Jack Parker, the first one eliminated from this under-17 elimination. Now Larkins moves in. He might find himself in trouble there in the mid-pack, but it's Kemps on the back. So the boys, Kemps, with a lot of work to do as he comes around the outside. Larkins and Jordan side by side. Dowling at the back there as well. Davis at the back. Chamberlain in that danger spot on the inside on the sprinters lane. Chamberlain looks around. He's got nowhere to go. It's Lockie Chamberlain eliminated. He saw it coming. He just had nowhere to put his front wheel. On the back now, Kemps and Dowling. On the front, though, it's GT and Oscar Schoff. Eli Taylor there as well. Kemps. He might have been watching Grace Hunter. Now around the back they come as Dowling makes a move. Kemps makes a move. Hunter Davis makes a move. Larkins in trouble. He's boxed in. He's got Urry in the sprinters lane. As Urry looks around, Urry with nowhere to go. So Oliver Urry, he's eliminated. Kemps, he's done a lot of work from the back. There's the bell. So still on the front, or new to the front, Harry Dowling. George Tucker up there. Larkins coming up alongside Meares. Kemps coming around the outside of Jordan. In trouble, that might be Hunter Davis in the sprinters lane as they make their way down the front straight. Hunter Davis eliminated this time around. So Cruz Kemps, the assassin from the back of the pack. Now as we look to it's Cruz Kemps still at the back. Dowling not in a great spot in that sprinters lane. Jordan trying to make his way through. Kemps might have boxed himself in a little bit there as they come around 3 and 4. Kemps rode himself into a hole and he won't be able to get out of that one. Cruz Kemps just finding the wrong spot. Good move there from Harry Dowling. He backs out of the sprinters lane. He's got to give himself a lap to get around the outside. So Schoff and Tucker on the front. Dowling just losing touch a little bit off the back of Jordan. He's going to try and make his way up the sprinters lane as Jordan comes around the outside. Larkins on the outside. Dowling going to try and make a move in the sprinters lane. He bows the head though. Harry Dowling eliminated this time around. And then there were 6. Schoff, Tucker, Taylor, Amelius and Jordan. Jordan and Larkins at the back. Meares, cool, calm and collected, sitting on Eli Taylor's wheel. Tucker and Schoff. Geez, those two had some good battles up at Bundaberg last weekend. Now Jordan moves around the outside of Larkins. Larkins is going to have to respond to that as they come around 3 and 4. As they come around into the front straight. No elimination that time around, too close to call, so they come around again. Parents all over Meares Stadium having a bit of a heart attack. As they roll back around, Larkins and Jordan back together at the back. Larkins jumps onto Jordan's wheel as they come into 3 and 4. Down the front straight they go. Larkins runs out of steam. So Flynn Larkin's eliminated this time around. Then there were 5, Schoff, Tucker, Taylor, Emilias and Jordan. Five of the strongest under 17 men racing for Queensland. Jordan just losing touch off the back. He'll probably make that up as they come round 1 and 2. He's struggling though as Schoff looks around. Jordan with another hit. What can he do around 3 and 4? Can he make a surprise attack? Eli Taylor might be in trouble here. Eli Taylor just taken out by Ollie Jordan. There mustn't have been much in that one. We're down to 4. Tucker, Emilias, Schoff and Jordan. GT and Emilias having a chat as they go around 1 and 2. Schoff comes around. Has Jordan got anything left? He had a big lunge to take out Eli Taylor. What's he got left as they come around now? I think that's all she wrote. Ollie Jordan. So Ollie Jordan. Then there were 3, Schoff, Emilias and Tucker. These 3 young men are in incredible form at the moment. Some great racing between the 3 of them. So Schoff, the first one to react. They both go with him. Tucker keeps hold in the sprinters lane. Holds Schoff up. They've got Emilias behind. Emilias pulls off the pedals. He's done. So it's down to Tucker and Schoff. So Will Emilias, the third last one out. Tucker and Schoff, our 2 regional riders. Schoff from the Fraser Coast, GT from Rocky. As Schoff goes, GT's got nothing left in the tank. Oscar Schoff, he opens up the gap to 20 instantly. George Tucker, I think he's pretty happy with second. He's got nothing left in the legs. As Schoff looks around, sees the gap. So George Tucker rolling down the back straight. Oscar Schoff coming through 3 and 4 at Meares Velodrome. He'll take the win in the elimination round of the Omnium State Championship. Georgie Tucker, he'll come across the line in second. Will Emilias in third. Moving on to our Masters 3 to 6 elimination. So far it's been all about Andrew Matheson and Justin Palmer. Jay Dorraboom and Brad Davis have been up there as well. Sean Crossman has been in there. Peter Meares. Who's got the legs to hold on and not be eliminated? Matty Wynn and Ray Smith, they get the whistle, followed by Palmer, Matheson and Hughes. So Matty Wynn from the sunny coast, he's leading the boys around. Chris Weir, he's gone up nice and high. He's practiced that a few times with UQ on a Sunday morning. Jay Dorraboom, he comes around. Peter Meares now. He's there with Scott Smith. Meares finds himself down in the sprinters lane and may be in trouble as Crossman comes around across the top. Smith there as well. Chris Weir, he went from the front to the back. Sean Crossman. So it is Chris Weir who gets eliminated. Sean Crossman, the wily old fox, he comes around the outside. Gets himself through for another 2 laps. Dorraboom off the front. He's not going to go too hard from there, but Meares, he might find himself in trouble. He's down in the sprinters lane and finds himself boxed in maybe, but it's Ray Smith now they go around the outside of. So around they come, it's Ray Smith. He's in trouble this time around.
81.
I'm not sure if that was relief or sadness from Ray Smith, but he's just gone, well, that's a few more laps I don't have to do. So good riding from Ray Smith from Rockhampton. Now Sean Crossman, he leaves a big gap to the rest of the field. There's the bell. I think Sean might have thought he was out. Sean pushes around the outside. He finds Macris's back wheel as they come around 3 and 4. In trouble, it might be Matty Wynn or Justin Palmer. Palmer in trouble, Matty Wynn in trouble. 56, it's Matty Wynn. Very tough spot to be in that sprinters lane. You think you're safe, but you're boxed in with nowhere to go. They get the bell again. Jay Doriboom still on the front. Sean Crossman at the back once again. Look at Macris go. He's not just a sprinter. Around the outside he goes. He's held on for a few laps now. Scott Smith might find himself in trouble as Crossman comes around the outside. Scott Smith, he finds himself eliminated. Sean Crossman coming from the back each time. So Doriboom and Davis on the front. They got Palmer and Matheson up there for company. Crossman trying to get around. Macris. Might be Hughes in trouble. So they come around. Peter Macris might be there as well. Peter Macris from UQ, he gets himself eliminated. Now Nick Hughes, he finds himself in trouble, boxed in by Sean Crossman. Finds a way out though. Crossman looks like he might be running out of legs as they come into 3 and 4. Brad Davis might be in trouble. Crossman kicks again. Davis trying to get up the outside. Davis, a very, very canny rider. Sean Crossman eliminated this time around. Brad Davis and Jay Doriboom teaming up for a Matto up at Bundaberg last weekend. Now it's Matheson and Doriboom on the front. Palmer coming around the outside. Nick Hughes, though, he sits up. Pace too high for Nick to keep going. So Hughes eliminated. Nick Hughes from the Gold Coast Cycling Club. Now there were 4. Matheson, Doriboom, Palmer and Davis. Andrew Matheson on the front, Jay Doriboom, then Justin Palmer and Brad Davis. Brad Davis making a move around the outside of Doriboom. Doriboom, he looks around, there's no one else there. Doriboom sits up on that beautiful blue Cervelo. So our 3, we know these 3 very well by now after the first 3 races. Matheson, Palmer, Davis. Brad Davis, the one to keep an eye on as he goes around the outside. Matheson gets swamped by Palmer and Davis. Matheson, what's he got left in the legs? He's got a lot of work to do as he comes out of 4. Matheson, though, finds himself eliminated. Down to our final 2, Brad Davis, Justin Palmer. As Palmer rolls through, Brad Davis, he's happy with second. Justin Palmer, he's having a great night so far. As Justin Palmer rolls through. Justin Palmer, he'll take the win. Well ridden by Justin from Logan City Cycling Club. Followed by Brad Davis from Bundaberg and Andrew Matheson from UQ. Next up, our Masters 7 to 9. So just a reminder to the riders as we wait for our next elimination to get ready. If you're leaving anything here tonight, you need to keep it with your rollers. The seating will be rearranged tonight. So if you leave anything on the seats, you may not find it there again tomorrow. If you're leaving anything here tonight, please do not leave it in the seating area, as that will change, as we'll have 150 riders on the infield tomorrow. Blackline teams will have their staff there. Any other family members, etc., will be limited tomorrow, and you will need a wristband to be on the infield. As our Masters 7 to 9 gets underway, you can register to be in the crowd tomorrow. Go to the Blackline website. You can register for tickets. They won't cost you a thing, but you will need to register to get in, and that just helps the Blackline series share some numbers and get some sponsorship to keep this great sport going as they get the bell for our Masters 7 to 9. Down the back straight, Sharon McGuigan finds herself boxed in a little bit by Keith Ham. He loses a little bit of nerve, but now he fights back, trying to push in through the middle lane. But it's going to be Keith Ham eliminated this time around. Ron Hughes just getting through. Now Lewis Marshall, he's at the front with Mayman. Those two having a good tempo race, collecting a whole lot of points. As we get the bell this time around. So around the outside, Ron Hughes. He might be in trouble here. McGuigan coming around the outside of Bells, but it's Ronnie Hughes. He gets eliminated. So down to 4. Our two Masters women, along with Marshall and Mayman. As McGuigan, she's got Bells boxed in. Sharon McGuigan is a very smart racer, and she'll know if she can hold Gabby there, she'll get the win this time around. Gabby's going to try and find some room. Sharon's going to come around the outside as they push towards the line. It's Sharon McGuigan eliminated just. So Gabby Bells surviving that time around. Good kick there from Gabby. She got herself in a good spot. Now Gabby behind Marshall and Mayman. Mayman around the outside. They just get a little bit of a gap to Gabby Bells as they come around into 3 and 4. So this looks like it'll be a fight between Mayman and Marshall as Gabby Bells gets eliminated. Down the back straight, a lap and a half to go. Mayman and Marshall together. So they get the bell. Who's going to kick? Steve Mayman, he puts some pressure on the pedals as they go around 1 and 2. Lewis Marshall responds. He gets out of the saddle. Marshall, he opens up a gap. He'll take a big gap over Steve Mayman as they go around 3 and 4. So Lewis Marshall, He'll win our Masters 7-9 elimination. Steve Mayman, the gentleman from the Gold Coast, in second. Gabby Bell's in third. As we move into our elite and 19 ladies.
I reckon you need it on a stick. You're right.
Just the same.
There. No, it's on the outside of that. It's not on this, it's on that side. I reckon you're going to have to close that because that's what's making it condense.
All right, as our under 19 and elite women make their way around for their elimination. As they come around now, so the whistle's there. Next time around, they'll get the bell. As Megan Baker moved to the front, at the back in danger. That looks like Sealy Cunnington. There's the bell. So next time round, we'll start our eliminations. So Megan Moore might find herself in trouble here. She's right stuck down in the sprinters lane as Sealy Cunnington tries to make her way around. Nicole Duncan moves around easily.
33.
But it's Megan Moore with a surprise elimination first out of the gate. Now Courtney McGowan, she finds herself at the back. So they get the bell coming around this time again. McGowan looks around. She's got no one behind her. She's going to have to come around the outside. McGowan pushes Bowen up. Chloe Bowen finds herself in the danger spot, but she gets out of the saddle, goes her the long way around the outside. She's up there with Eden Sealy Cunnington. So they come into the front straight.
97.
It's Courtney McGowan with not enough. So Courtney McGowan eliminated this time around. Neve Parslow on the front, followed by Megan Baker. Nicole Duncan in there. Nicole Duncan having an amazing night so far, but it's Parslow on the front, in danger at the back. Eden Sealy Cunnington with her from Balmoral. That looks like it's Ella Whitehouse.
57.
That's Caitlin Rose from Newcastle, though. She gets eliminated this time around. How very quickly that changes. Now Bowen at the back. Maddie Taylor. She finds herself in the sprinters lane and could find herself in trouble. She's boxed in by Nicole Duncan. Bowen has been picking them off from the back. As Bowen goes around the outside. Neve Parslow will lead them through again. 67, that's Whitehouse from Balmoral. Sealy Cunnington now. She's been scraping through at the back, but doing a good job. Now it's Maddie Taylor finds herself in the sprinters lane. She's going to have to work her way out of that trouble. She does. Now Sealy Cunnington. That might be Baker on the inside. Megan Baker finds herself. She moves up the track. So Sealy Cunnington, she's got a lot of work to do as they move around 3 and 4. So they come down the front straight. Megan Baker showing her strength and moving herself out of a boxed-in position. Eden Sealy Cunnington eliminated. Now Chloe Bowen finds herself on the back. Neve Parslow might be in a bit of danger here. She finds herself in the sprinters lane with the bell. as they all come around the outside. Parslow looks around. She's the lone figure down in the sprinters lane, and she's in trouble. Niamh Parslow, she's gone from the front to the back in the blink of an eye. Chloe Bowen trying to come around the outside. Duvier, she gets eliminated. Was in a very good spot, but found herself with nowhere to go. Chloe Bowen making a good move. Niamh Parslow having to do a lot of work. As they make their way around, they get the bell again. Good to see Nanette Rickard here today. As Chloe Bowen still from the back. Maddie Taylor there as well. Niamh Parslow still in that sprinters lane. It's Chloe Bowen. She gets eliminated this time around. So 65, Chloe Bowen. Now we're down to 4. Maddie Taylor at the back. Nicole Duncan, Megan Baker, Niamh Parslow. Now Megan Baker, she's in trouble here. She'll have to make her way around the outside of Taylor as they come into 3 and 4. Nicole Duncan, she's out the front. Niamh Parslow looks around. Maddie Taylor, just with not enough pace going across the line. Down to 3. So our under-19 rider, Niamh Parslow, up against our elites of Megan Baker and Nicole Duncan. That's good company to be keeping from Niamh Parslow, the ARA Skip Capital Development rider. So Parslow still in the front. Megan Baker going around the outside. Duncan going with her. Parslow watches them fly by. She fights though. She comes back along. Nicole Duncan, smart racing. Boxes her in. Niamh Parslow eliminated this time around. Now, a match sprint. These two have been at each other all night. Who's got the firepower to win the elimination? Megan Baker will lead this out over Nicole Duncan. Megan leads it out. Nicole sits down, accelerates into 1 and 2. Match sprint. Duncan around the outside. Baker with nothing left. Nicole Duncan around 3 and 4. Nicole Duncan with a Bridge Lane kit. She'll take the win in the elimination, followed by Megan Baker. Moving on to our final Omnium elimination, our elite men and under-19 men. Good racing from our elite women and under-19 women. As Nicole Duncan exits the track and our elite men and under-19 men enter on the back straight. This one will be full of excitement. We've seen some big rides already by Walsh, Blannon, Rickard, Declan Trezise, Lockie Walters, Liam Walsh. They've all been out there. Who can do what in this elimination? We've seen how quickly this can change. Liam Vaughan, he makes his way onto the track. We saw him get some early points in the tempo, but just ran out of juice as those elite men absolutely swamped him. But good to see him out in the limelight, the young Bundy rider. So our final elimination race of this Omnium. as we go into the back end of the night, heading into our points race. As we get the whistle, and it's Tyler Tompkinson. Speaking about people who have been mixing things up, Tyler leads them out. He's got Luke Rickard for company. There's the bell, so we start our eliminations on the next lap. Declan Trezise comes up along Liam Vaughan. That'll be something for him to talk about at school on Monday. Around the outside, but it's Bernie Swart finds himself in trouble. Bernie Swart finds himself the first one eliminated. Happy birthday to Liesl Swart for earlier in the week. As they come around and get the bell again, Declan Trezise looks like he's going to ride this one from the back. In trouble, Liam Vaughan, he's got a long way to go, but it's Ewan Holzberger down in that sprinters lane might find himself in trouble as well as they make their way around. Keely finds himself in trouble. Keely Kitkovics, he's eliminated this time around, and Liam Vaughan, well, a lot of work to try and get back on terms. So as we keep looking towards the back, and it's still Liam Vaughan. Up the front, that looks like it's Harry Schoff up there. Liam Vaughan around the inside, Declan Trezise around the outside. Holzberger. But it's Liam Vaughan, the young man from Bundaberg. He gets eliminated this time around. Trezise playing with fire so far. On the front, Luke Rickard. Schoff might find himself in trouble. Down the bottom, as Trezise makes his way around the outside, he's got Tom Waits there for company. As they enter the home straight. Number 11, Will Holzberger. He looked around with 5 metres to go and he was clear. Got across the line and he was out. So there's the bell again on the front. That's Tyler Tompkinson. Trezise around the outside again. Now we can see a Balmoral rider trying to make his way through on the inside. It's still Tompkinson on the front. Tom Waits, that's a surprise. It's a big surprise to see Tom Waits go out. He's been one of the main antagonists for tonight. So they get the bell again. Lockie Walters up near the front. Sam Hilditch, he finds himself in the sprinters lane. That might not be the best place to be. He looks comfortable so far. Sammy will want to get himself out of that one. It's Noah Blannon. We knew this one would blow up, but Noah Blannon out. We saw a lot of him in the tempo. 2 big surprises in a row. Waits and Blannon now off the front. It's Sterling Jarnell. He just wants to stay out of trouble. At the back, that might be Schoff. So coming to the front straight, Darnell, he looks comfortable. It's Harry Schoff. He's eliminated this time around. He came in with great pace, but just not enough. Jarnell on the front. ZDS, he makes the move. Declan Trezise, he finds himself a little bit boxed in as he goes around the outside though now. Lockie Walters up there next to Trezise. Trezise, very smart, boxes in, Porter White. Rowan Hayden-Smith eliminated. So Porter White now at the back as Hayden-Smith comes off the track. Porter up there with Declan and Lockie Walters. So Porter White, he finds himself eliminated this time around. Trezise up the inside of Walters. Walters looks around, sees no one else behind him, shifts into a different gear. Now it's time to move as Trezise comes around the outside. So they start to make their moves now. Trezise, he might have run out of lives. So Declan Trezise, he was from the back every lap. Just run out of kick. Eight riders left as we roll through. Now big trouble at the back for 104. Coming out of 3 and 4. Lockie Walters shakes the head. He knew it across the line. So Lockie Walters out of this one. Then there were 7. Now the battle begins. Zach Douglas-Savage, he's kept it clean. Sam Hilditch, he's kept it clean. They go around the outside of Luke Rickard.
104, 104.
Patrick Sipkowski, 104, he gets himself eliminated. Now they get the bell again. ZDS at the back. He's there with Hilditch. Luke Rickard there as well. They start to make their move around the outside. Smart. Now the Rickard finds himself in trouble. The Balmoral rider in the sprinters lane. He might find himself gone. He does. Sterling Jarnell shakes the head. He could see it coming. Nothing he could do about it. Five remain. And on the front, Tyler Tompkinson. Hilditch coming from the back. Rickard in trouble. He's on the inside of Hilditch. Hilditch trying to find somewhere to go. He's boxed in. Down the front straight. 17, it's Luke Rickard. Finds himself eliminated. So Luke Rickard eliminated now. We see the game of cat and mouse. ZDS, he's up there. Sam Hilditch, he's got himself onto the back of Liam Walsh's wheel. As Walsh goes around the outside, Hilditch goes with him. Zach Douglas-Savage finds himself in a spot of bother. He's got nowhere to go. Hilditch holds him down. Hilditch goes around the outside. ZDS shakes the head. He had the legs, just nowhere to use them. So Tompkinson, Walsh, Hilditch. Tompkinson, he starts it off. Walsh rolls down in the sprinters lane. Walsh looking at Hilditch. As Tompkinson goes from the front, Hilditch, he starts to make his move, tries to get around Liam Walsh. Liam Walsh is right on top of it. Sam Hilditch, good race there from our under-19 rider. He'll finish in third. Now it's Tompkinson and Liam Walsh. Walsh leads them into the final lap. Looks around, 2-up match sprint. The two boys on their Argons. Tompkinson stalking Liam Walsh. Tompkinson sits up, he's got nothing left as Walsh pulls ahead. Liam Walsh, good to see him take the win. Tyler Tompkinson, great ride in second. Sam Hilditch in third. As we move into our final Omnium races of the night, we start with our under 15 points race. So points at 10 and 0. I think Izzy Carnes might have slipped into the Velodrome tonight. Good to see you, Izzy. Good racing so far. Trying to keep it under wraps. Sorry about that. Clayton Carnes there as well, straight off a David Jones photo shoot. All right, our under 15s are underway. Points race, so points. 5 for first across the line, 3 for second, 2 for third, 1 for fourth. Sprints at 10 and 0. Hannah Walters going to lead this one. So they head down the back straight. A little bit chaotic as they start this race off. Everyone pretty keen to have a go. It's Elise Vaughan on the front, followed by Paddy Richardson. So they start to settle down. As they come around turn 3 and 4 with 18 laps to go, Cam Franks on the front. Harley Bradshaw, he's had a few good races, followed by Riley Dixon. We know how good he is on the bike. Ethan Lee, the young man, stepping up into under 15s from Ipswich. Elliot King, he's on the front now. So they have 17 laps to go. Sienna Golding just biding her time at the back of the field. Felix Henderson, he's made his way to the front of the pack. So Felix Henderson, he leads through Flynn Jensen, but Ethan Lee goes around the outside. He's got Cam Franks and Elise Vaughan for company. So Ethan Lee, he's going to try and do a bit of a breakaway here. He's got Cam Franks. He's going to go with him. Sienna Golding's had to come a long, long way around. There's a few caught napping. Felix Henderson, the chaser, he's about 15 or 20 off. Sienna Golding makes her way around Felix. Now, Ethan Lee and Cam Franks, can they work together? Sienna Golding doing a lot of work. Riley Dixon and Harley Bradshaw coming through the pack. Elliot King, he joins on. Cam and Ethan look around. They start to pedal a little bit more softly with 14 laps to go. So we all roll up the track. Elise Vaughan finds herself on the front. Now it's Ethan Lee. He tried to make some moves earlier on. All right, as we come around with 12 laps to go on the front, Cam Franks. Hannah Walters is up there now with Riley Dixon. Sienna Golding coming around the outside. Paddy Richardson. He's on last wheel as they roll around 1 and 2. Sienna Golding, she knows what's coming, a lap and a half until we get some points. They get the bell. Cam Franks comes around the outside. Dixon around the outside. Bradshaw around the outside. Down the back straight, Dixon goes around the outside of Franks. Bradshaw valiantly trying to make ground. Elliot King making ground on Sienna Golding. As Dixon looks around, it'll be Dixon, Franks, Bradshaw, and I think King. So it is Elliot King snuck through just to steal that point from Sienna Golding. So I've got Riley Dixon on 5, Cam Franks on 3, Harley Bradshaw on 2, Elliot King on 1. The next sprint will be when they get the bell for the final lap. Dixon still on the front. Sienna Golding having a bit of a look around. Maybe going to take a chance here. Then the 15 boys very much up to Sienna. Well, more, I should say that they know Sienna is a very, very good rider and they're not going to let her get away. She does open a little bit of a gap. It's only about a bike length, but Bradshaw will close that one down. He's got Franks there for company. Aidan Parslow coming up towards the front now as well. Flynn Jensen there. Elliot King, Hannah Walters, Elise Vaughan, they're all in. It's Paddy Richardson doing a great job with Felix Henderson. They're in the mix. Elliot King, he wants to open things up. He wants to go long range. Sienna Golding, that might be a beautiful duo to head off. Two riders that are very, very good at longer distance endurance. So King rolls up. He just wanted to test the legs. Now Franks finds himself on the front with 4 laps to go. Vaughan making her way around the outside. Everyone starts to look at each other now as we get into the closing stages of our under 15 points race. It's Aidan Parslow on the front. We saw Sister Neve making some great moves earlier on in the tempo and in the elimination. What's Aidan got up his sleeve? He's on the front as Sienna Golding comes through. She's got Cam Franks on her wheel. Elliot King still up there. So Parslow, King, Golding, Franks, 2 laps to go. Dixon took out the 5 for the first one, then Franks on 3, Bradshaw on 2, Elliot King on 1. There's the bell, our final lap for our under 15s Omnium for tonight for the state championship. It's Cam Franks off the front, but it's Dixon coming around the outside. Flynn Jensen trying to chase that down. Dixon and Franks going to the line. Cam Franks with his elbows out. Riley Dixon, Cam Franks, Flynn Jensen and Harley Bradshaw. So Riley Dixon taking both sprints. He ends up on 10 points. Cam Franks on 6. Harley Bradshaw on 3. Flynn Jensen on 2. And Elliot King on 1. We'll put all the points together a little later on when we do our presentations. But that'll be the last race for our under 15s tonight to decide their Omnium State Championship. Next up, we go straight into our under 17 girls. Again, we'll have a sprint at 10 and 0. Paddy on the front by Potts, Tor, Ward. Who's got the legs on this one to take the points? Robbins has had a few good races. Grace Hunter has been up there in all of them so far. Sienna Monteith, Bella Potts, April Paddy. Addison Tor rolling up the boards. Michaela Gibbs out there as well. She hands it over to Grace Hunter. Hunter hands it over to Chloe Buckley. 18 laps to go. As the ladies start rolling around, the pace comes up a little bit. Lavinia Ward rolls up, Tor rolls up. Robbins has got Sienna Monteith glued to her wheel. As Grace Hunter moves off the front, she opens up a gap, not trying to, just rolls up. April Paddy across the line now. So it's Bella Potts decides she wants to open up. She's got Lavinia Ward, Sienna Monteith and Ava Robbins for company. Grace Hunter bridges that gap instantly. Grace Hunter has been doing a lot of work on her bike skills over the last 12 months. So Hunter on the front, she's got Potts for company. 14 and a half laps to go. So Paddy, Tor, Monteith, they're all there. Michaela Gibbs rolls to the front. She's got Chloe Buckley with her. She's got Grace Hunter there as well. Then it's Bella Potts. 13 laps to go now for our under-17 ladies. Ava Robbins, she hits the front. Sprint coming up very soon. So now it gets cagey as no one wants to hit the front. April Paddy goes, Bella Potts goes with her, Monteith goes, Hunter goes. Out the back, Tor got surprised by the kick. Now it's Monteith. Hunter's going with her. Grace Hunter straight on the Sienna Monteith's wheel. As they roll around the back straight, Robbins around the outside. At the front, it's still Monteith. Robbins goes around the outside. Lavinia Ward starting to make her move. Grace Hunter with her elbows out, but it's going to be Robbins. Robbins, Monteith, Potts. And maybe Hunter or Ward. So Robbins, that'll put her in a commanding position in the overall standings. So Robbins, Monteith, Potts and Hunter. So they roll around again with 8 laps to go. So that brings our tally. Ava Robbins on 115, Sienna Monteith on 111, Lavinia Ward on 108, Grace Hunter on 103, and Bella Potts on 96. So with points still on offer, it's still anyone's game at the top. Particularly between Ava Robbins and Sienna Monteith, Lavinia Ward in there as well. So Sienna Monteith would need to take the win and Ava Robbins not score a point at all for her to take the overall. Lavinia Ward, the best she can do at this stage is come into second. And Grace Hunter, she looks like she's got fourth sewn up. So they come around again, 5 laps to go. Robbins on the front. Sienna Monteith rolls down the back straight. She knows what she's got to do to overtake Robbins. Robbins knows what she's got to do to hold on to the number 1 spot. Hunter out the front now with 4 laps to go. She's got Potts for company. So it gets cagey for our under 17 women as April Paddy, she wants to make a move. Potts goes, Robbins goes with her, and Potts, Monteith, Hunter, all the main players are there in these final stages of the under 17 Omnium. 2.5 laps to go for our under 17 ladies. Potts at the front, she's there with Robbins and Monteith. So as it stands, Ava Robbins with a commanding lead over Sienna Monteith. Four points in it. Lavinia Ward only 3 points behind Monteith. There's the bell, our final lap of our under 17 ladies in this state championship Omnium. In our points race, Ava Robbins opens up the throttle as she goes down the back straight. Sienna Monteith with it all to play for. Ava Robbins gets the elbows out. Ava Robbins, Monteith, Lavinia Ward, and Chloe Buckley, I think, snuck in for 4th. So good, strong win there by Ava Robbins. So next up, our under 17 men. So Ava Robbins finishes the Omnium State Championship on 120. Sienna Monteith on 114. Lavinia Ward on 110. Grace Hunter on 103. Lavinia Ward from Victoria, so that'll move Grace Hunter into 3rd overall for the Queensland State titles. Jack Parker leading this one out. Final race for our under 17 men tonight. Jack Parker, he's going to try and go 10 laps off the front. No one chasing so far. We did see Jack do this up at Bundaberg and he came away with a good podium position in one of the races. I like the attitude. If you're going to do something, at least try something. And he's gone out full gas and he's going to give it a go. As everyone else rolls up the track, Jordan starts the chase. So Jordan takes Hunter Davis, Dowling, Taylor. They all go with him. Jack Parker looks around. 17 laps to go. As Oliver Urry comes through on the inside, but it's still Jack Parker on the front of this race. Lockie Chamberlain rolls up. He's got Larkins there for company as they go around Jack Parker as they head into 1 and 2 with 16 laps to go. So Parker gave it a shot. He jumps onto the back. Hunter Davis comes through on the sprinters lane. $15 laps to go now for our under-17 men, their final race of these Omnium Championships. Eli Taylor, he goes off the front. Tucker, he's going to chase. He's got Schoff there. So Eli Taylor, he comes through with 14 laps to go. The chase is on. They're all there chasing. So Schoff leading the overall with 120. George Tucker on 110. So Eli Taylor still off the front. Will Elias on 108. Eli Taylor on 104. So very close at the top. It's Eli Taylor, he's got 2 laps, or 1 lap to get the bell, 2 laps for the points, as they've all caught up. They're all going to want to get some points on this one. Eli Taylor still out the front by about 20, 25 metres. He gets the bell, he goes around Jack Parker. Who's going to chase? Schoff will, Tucker will. Jordan will give it a go, but Eli Taylor, he's got himself into a good spot. He might find himself taking away 5 points. George Tucker, what a turn of speed. Not quite enough, but he'll get second. So it would have been Taylor, Tucker, Schoff, and Emilius, sorry. So off the front now, that looks like it might be Harrison Dowling. So Harry Dowling, he's going to give this a go with 8 laps to go. So top of the standings, still Oscar Schoff on 122, George on 113, Will Elias on 109, equal now with Eli Taylor on 109. That'll make 3rd place interesting. So Harry Dowling, just under half a lap advantage over the chasing pack. So Harry with about half a lap, he finds himself in 8th position at the moment, just behind Kemps and Larkins. Now the chase is on with 6 laps to go. Harry Dowling starts to look around. He just needs to put his head down and go. He's committed now. If they catch him, it'll be too late. He's just got to go. Harry Dowling, 5 laps to go. Oscar Schoff on the front. He's got Cruz Kemps there. Will Elias, Larkins, Tucker, they're all there. Now Taylor, he kicks again. Chamberlain, going to try and go with him. Schoff there, Tucker. Harry Taylor. Eli Taylor rolls through, Tucker rolls through. Kemps goes through, Schoff goes through, Jordan goes through, Chamberlain through, Larkins, Elias, Hunter Davis and Oliver Urry just off the back. Harry Dowling, sneaks onto the back of the pack. 3 laps to go. Who's got the legs to finish this one off? Taylor came through with some good points. He's equal 3rd with Will Elias. So they have 2 laps to go. And they're all up there. Around the outside, Jordan goes outside, Tucker, Schoff, Taylor. On the inside, Chamberlain, Elias, Larkins. Kemps is there. Dowling is there. Larkins goes around Taylor, goes around Lachlan Chamberlain. Kemp's off the back, Dowling off the back. There's 4 at the front. Schoff, Jordan. Oscar Schoff will go through. Ollie Jordan, Will Elias, George Tucker, Larkins, Chamberlain, Kemps, Dowling, Taylor, Urry, Davis and Parker. Great riding there from our under-17 men. Maybe. So good riding there from our under-17 men. We'll move on to our Masters 4 to 6, or 3 to 6, sorry. So there's the final sprint. Schoff, Jordan, Elias and Tucker for our under-17. Oscar Schoff will take the win, followed by George Tucker on 114. That'll be Will Elias on 111. Eli Taylor on 109. As we move into our Masters. So Jordan, then Larkins, then Kemps. So our men's Masters come through. They'll have sprints at 30, 20, 10 and 0. What a night we're having here at Meares Velodrome so far. Justin Palmer on the front. He's got Brad Davis there with him. Chris Weir there as well. Then we've got Nick Hughes, Andrew Matheson, Sean Crossman, Peter Macris, Ray Smith, Scott Smith, Matty Wynn from the sunny coast, Jay Doraboom, and there's Justin Palmer and Brad Davis. So our current standings for our Masters 3 to 6. Andrew Matheson on 116, Justin Palmer on 116. Doesn't get closer than that. Jay Doraboom on 106. And Brad Davis on 96. So for Matheson and Palmer, it all comes down to this one. Whoever can collect more points than the other will take the State Omnium Championship for Masters 4. As Doraboom flicks the elbow for Justin Palmer, followed by Brad Davis. Matheson there, Scott Smith there, Crossman there. Good ride from Eli Taylor in that last race. Made a great breakaway. So Crossman leads them across the line with 33 laps to go. Sprint at 30, 20, 10. And at 0. As Doraboom, he makes a move around the outside. Very smart move by Jay Doraboom. He can hold 2 laps, no problem, to take points. As Doraboom goes, Andrew Matheson and Justin Palmer watch on. So Matheson and Palmer looks like they're going to be content to fight it out for second. As Doraboom looks around, can't believe it. He's got 70 metres. Matheson kicks, Palmer kicks, Hughes kicks. They're all having a go, but it's Jay Doraboom. Andrew Matheson now, Justin Palmer coming around the outside. Palmer and Matheson, they're even Stevens at the top of the table on 116. Doraboom takes it, followed by Palmer, Matheson and Scott Smith. So Jay Doreboom with 5 points. Justin Palmer with 3. Andrew Matheson on 2. Scott Smith with 1. As Jay Doreboom, he's kept his lead over the chasing pack. It's just under half a lap, so 120 odd metres. And Jay Doreboom, he might be able to go on with this for quite a while yet. So Doreboom extends it out to about a lap as Chris Weir chases. Now it's Meares. It's exactly half a lap between Doreboom and the chasing pack. Doreboom will be able to catch and collect 20 points. That'd come in very handy in the overall standings. As it is at the moment, Palmer's on 119, Matheson on 118, Doreboom on 111. So with 25 and a half laps to go, it's still Doreboom by half a lap. Brad Davis leads the chasing pack through. Heath hands it over to Matt Wynn, followed by Chris Weir. It's out to over half a lap now. Might be at about 130 metres. Jay Doreboom, round he goes. It's out to about 135, 140. As he comes into the front straight, you can see the tail of the chasing pack go into 1 and 2. That'll be a good incentive for Jay to catch up and collect 20 points. That'll put him well and truly in the lead of this Omnium Championship. Meares now, he wants to have a go. Matt Wynn, he flicks up. Chris Weir there as well. Palmer in there with Matheson. Jay Doreboom looks like he might get there maybe just before the sprint. He might hold off, collect the 5 points for the sprint, and then collect 20 for collecting the bunch. As Meares goes around Ray Smith. Palmer ups the tempo as Doreboom comes around the back. He can well and truly, he's in touching distance. As the chasing pack get 22 to go, Doreboom comes through with 21 and he gets the bell. So Doreboom, he'll get the sprint points, and then if he can get onto the back of this chasing pack, he'll get another 20. That'll be a handy collection of 25 points for Jay. But it's Palmer leading through Matheson. So Doreboom gets 5. Now it's Palmer and Matheson. Matheson now, he got the draft off Palmer this time around. As they go around 3 and 4, Andrew Matheson around the outside, and they go back to even Stevens. Scott Smith there, he collects up the final point again. So Matheson and Palmer, they're now even on 121. Jay Doreboom, he's only 5 behind now on 116. Brad Davis on 96. So Jay Doreboom has been out by himself for a long, long time, but it looks like he's making inroads into catching that chasing pack. As Scott Smith tries to make moves off the front. Ray Smith around the back. Jay Doreboom, you can see Peter Meares just ahead of him. Jay Doreboom, he's about 130 metres ahead of Scott Smith, but he's only about 30 metres behind this chasing pack. Jay Doreboom, he may well get 20 points in the next lap or two. Matt Wynn on the front, he's with Sean Crossman. Andrew Matheson there, Chris Weir there. Jay Doreboom, you can see the pain on his face. That's dedication. As Doreboom comes around Meares and he makes the catch on the back of the pack. So the new front of the race is Scott Smith with 15 laps to go. So Jay Doreboom with an extra 20. That'll put him in front of the whole standings. So Jay Doreboom moves to 126, so he collects 10 points, sorry. 20 points for the elites later on. So Scott Smith off the front now. Can he emulate what Jay Doroboom did. Matt Wynn rolls off, Chris Weir goes through. Peter Meares just off the back a little bit. He tries to get some free speed from the boards. So Scott Smith, they're slowly winding him in. Justin Palmer on the front, followed by Matheson. So those two have fallen 5 points behind Jay Doroboom now. Jay up behind Sean Crossman, but it's Scott Smith on the front with 12 to go. Doroboom rolls up, Weir takes over, Ray Smith in there. Then it's Matheson and Palmer. Scott Smith, this looks like it might be a decisive move for him. He will come around maybe and get the 5 points. He gets the bell. Palmer's kicked on the back straight with 1.5 to go. Davis has gone with him. Matheson has gone with him. They get the bell. Scott Smith, that leader's eroded by 20 metres in about 3 seconds. As Palmer comes, Brad Davis kicks. Scott Smith, he makes his way around. So Scott Smith will collect the 5. Palmer will get 3. Davis 2. Matheson 1. As they come through now and they all join back together again out the front, it's Matheson and Palmer. As we roll around, so it's still going to be Jay Doroboom in the front. 126, 124 for Palmer, 122 for Matheson. That's all to play for in this final sprint. Matheson finds himself 2 points behind Justin Palmer. Jay Doroboom with that catch, he's moved 2 points in front. So Doroboom on 126, Palmer on 124, Matheson on 122. As we start to wind up to the end of our Masters 3 to 6 Omnium State Championship, Meares on the front. He's got Doroboom on his wheel. Ray Smith across the line. Then it's Palmer, Davis, Matheson, Smith, Scott Smith, that is. So our leaders, Doroboom, Palmer, Davis, Smith and Matheson, they're all together. They're all going to be trying to fight it out with 4 laps to go. Down the back straight, Justin Palmer leads them through with 3.5 laps to go of this points race in the Omnium State Championship for our Masters, 3 to 6. Davis flicks the elbow. Scott Smith rolls through, 3 laps to go. Smith, he opens up. Andrew Matheson goes with him. Doroboom goes with him. Palmer, he's going to need to do something here if he wants to maintain his lead. Matheson and Smith go. Palmer catching up to Jay Doroboom. He had to do a lot of work there with 2 laps to go. But Palmer comes around. Scott Smith on the front. Matheson looks around. He sees Doroboom and Palmer. Matheson goes. He kicks. He's 2 points behind and 4 points behind Doroboom. Matheson, he'll come through. He'll collect enough points to go equal with Palmer. So Matheson, Palmer, Doroboom and Smith. We'll see how that one washes out, but I think Jay Doroboom might have done enough to maybe win by about a point or 2. Good racing there from our Masters, 3 to 6. As our riders just make their way off the track. Next we'll go for our Masters, 7 to 10. There's confirmation, the final sprint. Matheson, Palmer, Doroboom and Scott Smith. So final result, Jay Doroboom will win by 1 point. Andrew Matheson and Justin Palmer equal 127. What a finish to the day for our Omnium State Championship for our Masters. Matheson and Palmer in the same category. Jay Doroboom in a different one, but Jay Doroboom taking the overall. Next up, we'll have our Masters 7 to 10, 30 laps, so a sprint at 20, 10 and 0. Keith Ham will lead out Sharon McGuigan, Steve Mayman, Gabby Bells, Ron Hughes and Lewis Marshall. As across the line, Gabby Bells will lead them across with 29 to go. Ron Hughes now, he goes to the front. Lewis Marshall will lead them in with 28 laps to go. He's up there with Steve Mayman, Sharon McGuigan and Gabby Bells. Sharon and Gabby in their own fight for the championship. If we look at the scores so far, Lewis Marshall on 120, Steve Mayman on 114, Ron Hughes and Sharon McGuigan and Gabby Bells all on 102, and Keith Ham on 90. So all to play for Gabby and Sharon. Lewis Marshall with a good lead. Pretty steady pace for the Masters 7 to 10 as they roll through. So Lewis Marshall leads them through with Steve Mayman, Sharon McGuigan, Gabby Bells, Keith Ham and Ron Hughes. .25 laps to go, 4 laps until they get the bell for their first sprint at 20 to go. Don't forget, Blackline Series starts here at Meares Velodrome tomorrow as well. Get your, or register your attendance at the blackline.com.au. If you are a spectator, you will need to register to get a ticket. Doesn't cost you anything, but you will need to register. Reminder to the riders on the infield, if you're leaving a bag or anything here tonight, you'll need to move it to the side as the chairs will move tonight. They will get rearranged. So if you're leaving anything here tonight, don't leave anything on the chairs because it might not be where you left it tomorrow. 150 riders expected here over on Saturday and Sunday. So a big weekend of racing at Meares Velodrome. Blackline Series adding a bit of excitement to our racing calendar. So we start to see a move off the front now. Lewis Marshall, Steve Mayman, Sharon McGuigan, Gabby Bells. They've dropped Keith Ham, Ron Hughes in there as well as they get the bell this time around. For Sharon and Gabby, this is all for the win. Whoever walks away with the most points out of this one will run away with the state championship. And they're absolutely giving it to it down the back straight. Gabby Bell's around the outside. In front though, Lewis Marshall. Sharon McGuigan will draw first blood in that ladies competition. But it was Marshall, Mayman, McGuigan and Bells. So that will extend Lewis Marshall's overall lead. So you go, confirmation, Lewis Marshall, Steve Mayman, McGuigan and Bells. With 18 laps to go as Sharon leads them across the line. So there's our standings, Lewis Marshall on 125, Mayman on 117, and Sharon McGuigan moves to 104, 1 point ahead of Gabrielle Bells. So come around the front of the race, Lewis Marshall there. They're about to catch Keith Ham. Keith Ham from Kangaroo Point Cycling Club. Lewis Marshall goes around the outside, as does Mayman, Bells, McGuigan and Hughes. So come through with 16 laps to go. 5 more until I get the bell for the 10 to go sprint. Very sedate pace by our Masters 7 to 10. As we roll around, 14 laps to go this time around, 3 laps and they'll get the bell. So Lewis Marshall doing all the work out the front so far. He's been out the front for about the last 10 to 15 laps. As McGuigan now, she starts to make her move as Bells moves up. So Mayman in the sprinters lane. Lewis Marshall right up beside him. Bells, McGuigan side by side. Ronnie Hughes, he starts to make a move around the outside with 13 laps to go. Ron Hughes with a good move around the outside down the back straight, gets some free speed from the boards as they all start to sprint with 12 laps to go. Mayman starts to chase down Ron Hughes. Bells just falling off the back a little bit. So they've chased down Ronnie Hughes. Steve Mayman goes around the outside. Lewis Marshall, he's chasing. Sharon McGuigan's chasing. So Mayman leads them through on the bell lap with 11 to go. Lewis Marshall, he goes around the outside. He wants to collect 5 points every time. So it's Marshall, Mayman, Hughes and McGuigan. Gabby Bells finds herself very quickly, almost a lap down. Chasing pack, only about 100 metres behind her now. She looks around and gets on the pedals. She can see McGuigan just over half a lap in front of her. That's her main rival in this Omnium State Championship. As Bells comes through with 9 laps to go. Sharon McGuigan with 8.5. She's over there with Ron Hughes. At the front though, it's Steve Mayman and Lewis Marshall. Seven and a half laps now to go for Mayman and Marshall. Bells pushing, trying to bridge that gap, but it stays at half a lap. So out the front, Mayman and Marshall, our chasing duo of McGuigan and Hughes. Then it's Gabby Bells. And a lap or two down is Keith Ham. Yeah, so Sharon McGuigan ahead on the track. Dave Moore just having a little nana nap halfway through the race. He forgot what was going on. So as they come across the line, Bells loses a bit more ground, but it's still Marshall and Mayman in the front. McGuigan and Hughes, 5 laps to go, 4.5 to go for Mayman and Marshall. Gabby Bells, she goes around the outside of Keith Ham with 4 laps to go for Mayman and Marshall. Gabby may find herself going down 10 points as McGuigan comes around. So Marshall and Mayman, they're on their Sunday brunch ride around Meares Velodrome. Now it's on Marshall sprints. Mayman gets out of the saddle. They go around the outside of Gabby Bells. So they come around with 2 laps to go in their final race of this state championship Omnium. Now we start to see really start to steam up as they're going to lap McGuigan and Hughes as well. They get 1 lap to go, Marshall and Mayman. So they've lapped the whole field. Around they go, around McGuigan, around Hughes. Sharon comfortable in her position to win that Omnium Championship. To the line, Steve Mayman trying to come up on the outside. I think Lewis Marshall might have just held on to that one. Doesn't matter. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Yeah. So good racing there all night from our Masters, 7 to 10. So we move into our elite and under 19 women. What racing we've seen from them all night. There's the results are Lewis Marshall, so he'll collect another 5 to go to 135. Steve Mayman will go to 123. And Sharon McGuigan will take out that competition she was having with Gabby Bells in the Women's Masters 6. As we move in to our elite women and under 19s. Leading us through, that looks like it's Maddie Taylor. So they get the whistle. Com's happy with the group all bunched together. Maddie Taylor, Neve Parslow, Eden Sealy-Cunnington, Megan Baker. Nicole Duncan at the back. She's got a commanding lead on 120 at the moment. Megan Baker on 110, Neve Parslow on 106. What a night for Neve Parslow, our under-19 rider. So Sealy-Cunnington, she's in the front now. She hands it off to Baker. So Baker been up with everything so far. Behind Baker, Caitlin Rose. Megan Moore into the lead now, followed by Chloe Bowen. Then Courtney McGowan. Then it'll be Ella Whitehouse. Dubier. Then we're back to Taylor and Parslow. Eden Sealy-Cunnington leading them through with 57 laps to go. So sprints at 50, 40, 30, 20 and 0, 10 and 0. So it's still all up for grabs. Nothing settled yet. With a big haul of points still to come. So Megan Moore makes her way through. She's followed by Nicole Duncan, Chloe Bowen and Courtney McGowan as they all lead up the track.
Can we fast forward this song? Thanks. It'll get good, but it's going to take too long.
As we roll around now, the tempo starts to increase with 53 laps to go. That's Megan Moore on the inside. She hands it over to Chloe Bowen. Eden Sealy-Cunnington now. She's got Maddie Taylor for company. Then it's Megan Baker, Neve Parslow. So Parslow, she starts to make a move. So they all start to run. There's our first sprint, the bell for the first sprint. Around they come. That looks like it's Nicole Duncan. Who else would it be? Then it looks like it's Dubier. Into the front straight they come. I think Dubier might have just got that one over the top of Duncan. We'll wait to see confirmation of that. Then it might have been Caitlin Rose. Now Eden Sealy-Cunnington, she's going to make a move. Can she do something long range? So Dubier, Duncan, Rose and McGowan. So now Chloe Bowen on the front. Standings after sprint 1 of 6. So Nicole Duncan on 123, Megan Baker on 110, Dubier on 107, Neve Parslow on 106, Maddie Taylor on 94 and Chloe Bowen on 92. So a good battle happening there between Dubier and Parslow, the two under-19s. Only a point difference between those two. As Sealy-Cunnington leads out Chloe Bowen. Now back to Parslow. On her wheel, Dubier. The two under-19s heading up the table. Field starting to stretch out just a little bit as they head down the back straight with 45 and a half to go. So McGowan leads through Bowen, leads through Duncan. We're back here early tomorrow. Juniors on at 10. Graded racing on from 11, including the Blackline series. So Sealy-Cunnington off the front. She hands it off to Dubier, hands it off to Taylor. Megan Moore on Taylor's wheel, Parslow there as well. Then there's Duncan. Megan Baker now, she finds herself in second wheel. Hands over to McGowan with 43 laps to go. Now the pace starts to heat up as they come around 3 and 4. No surprise that it's Sealy Cunnington who's doing that to the rest of the field. She's joined in there by Ella Whitehouse, but they all move up. Maddie Taylor chasing that down. Megan Moore also there. Dubier as well. Anna Dubier having a great night. Round the outside, Nicole Duncan. She wants to get some points this time. So Nicole Duncan opens up the afterburners. So Duncan, Dubier, Parslow and Baker. So Neve Parslow just finding herself one more point behind Dubier as they have 4 more to go. So Duncan, Dubier, Parslow and Baker, confirmation of the results. Standings after that, Nicole Duncan on 128, Baker on 111, Dubier on 110, Parslow on 108. So nothing between second, third and fourth in our final race of this Omnium State Championship. So around comes Eden Sealy Cunnington. Whitehouse there with her. Then it's Caitlin Rose. She rolls up. She hands it over to Duncan. Taylor's there. Moore is there. Baker. Neve Parslow. They're all in the mix. As McGowan rolls up, she hands it up, hands it over to Anna Dubier. Eden Sealy Cunnington, she's been at the front a lot. Out there now with her is Whitehouse. Those two have been together a lot. Maddie Taylor flicks the elbow. Neve Parslow, she'll lead him across the line with 34 to go. She's got McGowan, Moore, Duncan, all for company. Now it's Chloe Bowen on the front. Chloe Bowen not so far out of the points. Still an opportunity for her to collect some and move herself up the rankings. But it's Taylor that rolls through. She hands over to Megan Moore. Nicole Duncan. Now it's Eden Sealy Cunnington. She's been on the front a lot. Can she reap the reward? She rolls up as they have 2 laps until the next sprint points. Bowen on the inside now. So roll around, 31 and a half to go. They'll get the bell this time round. Bowen wants to get some of those points. She goes, so Chloe Bowen goes. She's got company as they head down the back straight. Nicole Duncan, of course, she's there. It looks like Rose in third wheel. Then it's Anna Dubier. So it was Duncan, followed by Dubier, I believe, or Bowen and then Dubier. Didn't quite catch who got fourth on that one. So as Bowen rolls through, she collects some points in this points race. So there it is, Duncan, Bowen, Dubier and Megan Baker. So Nicole Duncan absolutely collecting a swag of points. That puts her well ahead at 133. So she's 21 points ahead of Megan Baker. For our elites, there is double points on the last sprint. So still anyone's game. Megan Baker is still in this to take first off Nicole Duncan. Nicole will want to have it sealed up in the next sprint or two. So our elite and under 19 women putting on a great show tonight. Anna Dubier on the front. Round they come, and it's Nicole Duncan. She's followed by Megan Moore across the line. Then it's Ella Whitehouse. So Eden Sealy-Cunnington back on the front. She hands it over to Megan Baker. She hands it over to Anna Dubier. Maddie Taylor in there as well. So as they all start to roll up, tired legs, will that come into play with 24 laps to go this time around? Chloe Bowen on the front. Bowen and Whitehouse doing some good laps together. Now Megan Moore, she inherits the lead. Behind her, Eden Sealy-Cunnington, followed by Baker, Taylor, Dubier. So Maddie Taylor leads them through on the inside. But it's Parslow now. She starts to make her presence felt on the back straight. She knows she's got a few points behind Dubier now, so she's going to have to do something in these last couple of sprints. Eden Sealy-Cunnington threading the eye of the needle as she comes around the back straight. Trying to make something stick. There's the bell. 21 laps to go. So Eden Sealy-Cunnington, she wants to collect some points. So they come around turn 1 and 2 around the outside though. Look at the power of Nicole Duncan. Came from the back of the pack. Within 100 metres, she's gone around the top. So Nicole Duncan will take the win over Dubier, Parslow and Taylor. So Nicole Duncan, a point-collecting machine. And with 15 points still left on offer, Nicole Duncan is untouchable at the top of the leaderboard. Anna Dubier now 3 points in front of Niamh Parslow. So Niamh with some work to do in these final 2 sprints. She'll want to claw some back. Nicole Duncan, will she want to go and extend her lead? Now, Eden Sealy-Cunnington back on the front. Dubier rolls through, 16 laps to go. Dubier, she handed it over to Caitlin Rose. Now it's Maddie Taylor back on the front. Courtney McGowan slides into second wheel. Chloe Bowen there as well. Now Parslow, she starts to increase the tempo just a little bit. But Dubier straight onto her wheel. They're our 2 under-19s fighting it out. Eden Sealy-Cunnington back on the front. Taylor flicks the elbow. She hands it over to Megan Moore. Parslow back underneath. Same names rotating at the front of the pack. "13 laps to go now. Parslow back on the front, followed by Bowen. Caitlin Rose, Baker in there. Courtney McGowan in there. Nicole Duncan, what can she do? She'll look to come from the back again. Neve Parslow, she's going to need to do something big with her points against Anna Dubier. Sealy Cunnington tries to go from the front again. Very quickly caught. There's the bell with 11 laps to go. So Sealy Cunnington up there with Baker. There's Duncan around the outside. It's like she's got afterburners in her feet. Dubier giving chase. So Duncan across the line. Dubier just over Baker. And that might have been Rose collecting some points there, Caitlin Rose. So as we head around with only 9 laps to go in our final race for our elite women and under-19s. There's confirmation. Duncan, Dubier, Baker and Rose collect the points. So double points on offer on this final sprint. Nicole Duncan absolutely untouchable at the top on 143. Dubier moves ahead of Baker. So that's interesting. She's 8 points ahead of Parslow as well. So Dubier's put herself in a very good position. Neve Parslow would have to win the next one and hope that Dubier got 0 points. Seven laps to go now for our under-19 and elite women. As our elite men and under-19 men, they start to get warmed up. Round they come. Maddie Taylor leads them through. With Maddie, that's Ella Whitehouse from Balmoral. Chloe Bowen. She makes her way around the back straight now. Eden Sealy Cunnington. She throws everything at this points race. So Eden in front of Baker. In front of Rose. Now it's Parslow. She's got Chloe Bowen on her back wheel. Bowen now in the front. She's got Megan Moore. Moore and Whitehouse there. Then Nicole Duncan and Anna Dubier. Three and a half laps to go now for our elite women and under-19s. Parslow leads them across the line. Chloe Bowen and Megan Moore on her wheel. Our final race for our elite women and under-19 for the state championship Omnium. Nicole Duncan absolutely showing a clean set of heels to most of the pack tonight. So they come round, they're all up the top with 2 to go, but it's Chloe Bowen. Now Maddie Taylor wants to go. Neve Parslow tries to go. So Bowen, she made the move. She's got Taylor for company. Now Nicole Duncan comes. Dubier comes. Parslow there as well. McGowan. Good move from Bowen, but she gets swamped by the rest of the field. As Nicole Duncan and Anna Dubier down the back straight. Nicole Duncan, she'll take the final win and double points, followed by Dubier, Maddie Taylor and Neve Parslow. So great racing from our under 19 and elite women. So we wait for final confirmation, but it'll be well and truly Nicole Duncan at the top of the standings. Looks like Anna Dubier has done enough to secure second overall in our first under 19.
First, second and third. But the champion is the first Queensland.
Okay. Go ahead, Michael. Copy that. All right, as we head into our final race of the night for our final race of the Omnium State Championship, we'll have presentations straight after this elite men and under 19s. So make sure you stick around. Presentations will be at the scoreboard end of the infield. And don't forget, riders, if you're leaving bags or wheels here tonight, please leave them with your rollers. The chairs will get rearranged tonight, so you may not find your belongings on the chair that you left them on. So please leave in it. If you're leaving anything here, please leave it with your rollers. The chairs will get rearranged and your possessions will not move with the same chair. We've got 150 riders in here tomorrow and 150 on Sunday. So there's a lot of people taking up not a lot of space down there. Off the front now, Declan Trezise. So 80 laps in this final points race for the state championship Omnium. Tyler off the front. Patrick Sikowski, the 104, he's at the back. Very quick turns as Holzberger, he goes to the front and quickly rolls up the track. No one spending too much time there. ZDS, he rolls off. Now the tempo increases with 76 laps to go. The QAS boys looking to make some moves at the front. That's Noah Blannon. Hasn't he instigated some moves tonight as Hilditch rolls up? Blannon, this could be a dangerous move. Shipkowski can't counter that move. Declan Trezise now, he chases Blannon. He's followed by Tompkinson. He hands it over to ZDS. So still off the front, Noah Blannon. 74 laps to go. There's about 20 metres in it. Shipkowski, he takes up the lead now. As Blannon rolls up the track, Trezise takes over the lead. So it's Trezise, he's followed very quickly by Tyler Tompkinson. Zach Douglas-Savage, he rolls up. That might be Liam Walsh on the front now. He rolls up. Luke Rickard, he rolls up. Jarnell rolls up. Bernie Swart, he's there. Bernie with a good turn of pace. That's stretched them all out with 71.5 to go. So Bernie Swart putting a bit of pressure on the rest of the riders. So Swart, Jarnell, Will Holzberger in there as well as they come round. Lockie Walters coming a long way around turn 3 and 4. Couldn't split that between Jarnell and Walters. Waits was in there as well. I think Will Holzberger might have got a bit of a taste of the points that time around. Now a counter-attack with 69 to go. That's Rowan Hayden-Smith. He's going to take his opportunity, but he's going to get chased down. Everyone stretched out along the back straight. As Hayden-Smith rolls up on the front, that's Liam Walsh. Now Trezise. He's followed by Rickard. Porter White in there. He takes over the lead. He hands it over to Holzberger. Holzberger followed by Tom Waits. Very short, sharp turns at the front as Zach Douglas Savage rolls off. Very, very quick points race. Harry Schoff on the front now. Just off the back, that looks like Keely Kitkovics. He's still in touching distance, just hoping that that main pack just soft pedals just for a moment. Now, as the pack slows down, it's Tyler Tompkinson on the front. Quickly coming down towards 60 laps to go in their next sprint. On the front, that's Waits, followed by Walters, followed by Jarnell. Schoff on the front now. He's followed by Hilditch, followed by Swart. Bernie flicks the elbow. Then he moves back down. That's Rowan Hayden Smith. Declan on the front. He's got Luke Rickard for company. Sam Hilditch starts to make his way through the pack. So they come up with 62 laps to go. Next lap around, they'll get the sprint. Porter White in there as well. Tyler Tompkinson on the front. Looking around, just keeping a close eye on things. As the sprint opens with a lap and a half for the next points. Tompkinson got it all under control. Everyone in there. Shipkowski in there as well. Tompkinson on the front. With him is Liam Walsh. Round the outside, Jarnell goes. Hilditch is in there. Trezise is in there. Walters is in there. Nothing between this front pack. Trezise, I think, will take that one over Tyler Tompkinson. Not much in it. Walters might have been in there as well. It all came very quickly. As we're quickly down to 59 laps to go. So Liam Walsh leads the standings on 120, followed by Tyler on 106, Declan on 94. So Trezise got the sprint, followed by Tompkinson, Jarnell and Walters. Keely was just on the back of that group and now just fallen off just a little bit again. Declan, he starts to change things up again. Followed by Walsh, followed by Tompkinson. Now Walsh, he starts to put the power down. Everyone stretched out now. Tompkinson rolls off. He hands it over to Waits. Then it's Porter White. Trezise in there now as well. Now it's to Walters. Very quickly, 25 laps are done in this points race. Walsh goes again. He's got Douglas Savage. Then it's Rickard. Tompkinson finds himself back on the front. Tompkinson rolls off. Shipkowski rolls off. Will Holzberger finds himself flicking the elbow. No one there, so Harry Schoff rolls through. Schoff has got Tom Waits on his wheel, followed by Lockie Walters. 53 laps to go. Liam Walsh, Zach Douglas Savage. Very short turns at the front. Back to Luke Rickard. Bernie Swart up there. Bernie opens up a tiny gap to Tyler Tompkinson. He's followed by Schoff, Shipkowski, Walsh. Big cheers for Bernie Swart. as he stretched them well and truly out along the back straight. So they go around Keely Kitkovics. Swart on the front, Tompkinson. Rowan Hayden Smith up there as well. Hayden Smith goes around the outside. As they come into the front straight, Hayden Smith with a good turn of speed. He'll take the points. Looks like Hilditch came in for second, followed by Jarnell. Tyler Tompkinson might have got in for fourth on that one. So 49 laps to go. Our final race of the night. Don't forget presentations straight after this elite men as Liam Walsh goes again. Liam Walsh opened up a good gap. Luke Rickard now, he's going to chase that down. Everyone looking around. Walsh took the initiative. Luke Rickard not going to let that one go. Blannon and Douglas Savage, they're chasing. Douglas Savage and Blannon, they're going to have to work together to try and catch up with Luke Rickard and Liam Walsh. Good moves here. Zach Douglas Savage finds himself in a good spot. Now Waits goes. Coming around the bend, Luke Rickard and Walsh. 46 laps to go. Now the chase has come out. The pack has slowed down. Thomas Waits looks around. There's no one there. He's going to have to go by himself. So out the front, it's still Rickard, still Walsh. They've got 50 or 60 metres over Declan Trezise. Maybe it might be out to 100 or more now. Trezise rolls up. Tom Waits, he rolls up. So Rickard and Walsh maintain their lead. No one chasing from the pack. They're all leaving it to Trezise. Trezise, he goes out with Tom Waits from the rest of the pack. Jarnell, he's trying to get on terms. 43 to go now for Walsh and Rickard. Waits goes through, Trezise goes through, but they're about half a lap behind, 125 metres. They shut down about 10 or 15 of those with 42 to go. Rickard rolls up, he hands it over to Walsh. So they all start to roll through now. Tyler Tompkinson, he was in there. Schoff on the front. They get the bell. Rickard and Walsh, they've done a great job here. They've stolen the march on the rest of the field. So Rowan Hayden Smith, he tries to go, but it's Liam Walsh. He'll take the points, followed by Rickard. They're going to go on with this. They're going to try and catch the field and collect some points. 20 points on offer in the elites to take a lap. Hilditch now. Round they go, Trezise, Walsh, Rickard. Hilditch gets third. Hayden Smith gets fourth. So a good little move by Sammy Hilditch. But Rickard and Walsh, they've extended their lead by over half a lap now. They're out to about 130, 135 metres over the chasing pack as they make their way through the back markers. On the front, Lockie Walters and Zach Douglas Savage, they're going to try and make some moves with Tom Waits. As Walsh and Rickard still with half a lap. As they go over the top of Holzberger and Shipkowski. Hilditch now, he leads the chasing pack. Walsh and Rickard, they can see the tail of the chase. As our two leaders go around Bernie Swart. Zach Douglas Savage rolls up. Lockie Walters flicks the elbow. He hands it over to Tom Waits. Liam Walsh can see them. He's got Rickard for company. Good half-lap turns between Rickard and Walsh as the fight comes out of the chasing pack. Across the line goes Declan Trezise. I thought they might have held off and taken the sprint and then got the lap, but it looks like they're going to go straight for the lap. So that's the catch. So Rickard and Walsh with a good move. They've gained a lap. So now on the front, Liam Walsh moves to 145 points. Luke Rickard up to 117. That's been a great move for him. So now we're all back together with 32 laps to go. They'll get the bell this time around as Trezise on the front. He's followed by Tompkinson. There's the bell, Trezise. Tompkinson in there as well. Hilditch comes around the outside. But they kick again. Hilditch sticking with them. He's got onto Tyler Tompkinson's wheel. Sammy Hilditch, he's having a few good laps here. Hilditch might have just missed out to Rickard for fourth on that one. So some big moves being made in this under-19 and elite field. So points, Trezise, Tompkinson, Walsh, Sam Hilditch, he did get it. Just got it over Luke Rickard. There's our standing. Walsh, 147, Rickard, 117, Tompkinson, 113, Trezise, 104, Hilditch on 98. That's a great night out for Sam Hilditch, first year under 19. They'll come round, they'll get 27 laps to go. So Zach Douglas-Savage, he hands it over to Porter White. He's got Holzberger on his wheel. Holzberger rolls through. Shipkowski, he rolls up. Walters, he's on the front now. Then it's Tom Waits. He hands it over to Hilditch. Hilditch looks like our leading under-19 rider at this stage. Now we've got a move going off the front. That's a good turn of speed. As they come around, they'll get 25 laps to go. Off the front there. That's Blannon. Blannon has initiated a lot of moves tonight, and he spreads the field out again. Very sharp turn of pace from Noah Blannon. Zach Douglas-Savage looks around. He hands it over to Jarnell. Jarnell, he hands it over to Rowan Hayden-Smith. He's going with Shipkowski off the front. He's got Walters there as well. Looks like Tom Waits going with them. There's Holzberger. So Waits flicks to the Holzberger. Then it's Jarnell. Then it's Harry Schoff. As they all roll up the track. Bernie Swart in there as well. Bernie goes to the front of the pack. 22 laps to go. Bernie on the front with Jarnell. So they come round, they'll get the bell this time around. Jarnell on the front. Everyone chasing down Jarnell as they head into the back straight. Declan Trezise coming around with Luke Rickard. 4 of them at the front. Who's going to collect the points? Jarnell trying to hold on. He can't. That looks like Tyler Tompkinson collected the points that time round. Jarnell must have been close. Trezise in there as well. $19 laps now to go of our final race for tonight. Confirmation, Tompkinson, Jarnell, Trezise, Rickard. Tompkinson having a great night out. Look at the standings. Liam Walsh, 147. Rickard, 118. Tyler Tompkinson on 118. Trezise, 106. Hilditch on 98. Some big names at the top of this leaderboard. Nikki Hilditch pacing along the concourse, wearing out the carpet. Shipkowski, he moves to the front. Walters, Douglas Savage, Hilditch. Tompkinson rolls off. Now we know who that is, Liam Walsh. He's followed by Porter White. Behind him, Harry Schoff. Harry rolled off. Porter White, he's going to have a go. Bernie Swart, he's going to have a go now as well. So Bernie on the front, he's got about 3 bike lengths. Bernie, a true gentleman, he heads off the front. He flicks his elbow. Trezise there. Rickard, Hilditch. Then Tompkinson, Douglas Savage. Some big names in this field here tonight. International riders. And some up-and-coming local boys. Shipkowski, he goes off the front. Very short turns. Schoff rolls up. Walsh, is he going to go again? That's Blannon. Blannon and Waits, what can they do off the front? Hilditch up there, right on Waits' wheel. He's got Trezise for company. Zach Douglas Savage up there as well. Tompkinson, he shuts it down. Sam Hilditch on the front with 12 to go. He takes the pace out of it. He hands it over to Trezise. Sammy holds it up. Trezise slows it down. Bernie coming around the outside from the back. Sam Hilditch. Now they start to move. Luke Rickard goes. Rickard, Trezise, Liam Walsh, Sam Hilditch. Tom Waits goes around. Hilditch, now he starts to go around Declan Trezise. Declan, he increases his tempo. So Liam Walsh, Luke Rickard, Trezise and Hilditch, they'll all get some points. Zach Douglas Savage was in there, but out of the points, I think. 9 laps to go. So Walsh, Trezise, Rickard, Hilditch. Unbelievable racing so far. So Walsh even further ahead. Double points on the next one. Rickard, Tompkinson, Trezise and Hilditch. So they go through. Tyler Tompkinson flicks the elbow. Back to short, sharp turns. Tom Waits, Shipkowski, Walters. Legs are starting to hurt. 80 laps, 74 of them done. Walsh on the front. Douglas Savage there as well. Double points on this last sprint. Bernie Swart, Will Holzberger. Through they come, 5 laps to go. Rowan Hayden-Smith, he rolls a turn. Tompkinson on the front now. Hilditch. Now off the front. Luke Rickard's up there. Noah Blannon up there. Liam Walsh coming. Porter White coming. Luke Rickard, he's found himself in good position tonight. He's already gained a lap with Liam Walsh earlier on. What could he do with Noah Blannon now as they come down the front straight? It's Hayden-Smith giving chase. Double points on offer. Everyone trying to scramble to get in position. Blannon, flat out, head down. Rickard there, Hayden-Smith in there. They've got a good gap, but here comes Tompkinson. They'll get the bell this time around, double points. Luke Rickard goes. Hayden Smith goes. Luke Rickard and Hayden Smith. Tyler Tompkinson coming. Tom Waits coming. Lockie Walters trying to make a move. Luke Rickard, he'll come across the line, followed by Hayden Smith. Then Tyler Tompkinson and Tom Waits. Unbelievable racing in our elite and under 19 men. We'll get confirmation of points shortly. Don't forget, we'll do presentations straight away down at the scoreboard end of the infield. So we just wait for confirmation of that final sprint. But Luke Rickard, that'll move him well and truly into second position. So we'll do our presentation shortly. Don't forget, if you are leaving possessions here tonight, please leave them with your rollers on the outside of the infield, as the chairs will move. So the final sprint, 10 points Rickard, 6 points for Hayden Smith, 4 for Tompkinson and 2 for Waits. So Liam Walsh on 152, Luke Rickard on 130, Tompkinson 122, Trezise 109, Sammy Hilditch 99, and just coming up short, Hayden Smith on 98, just behind Sammy Hilditch. Michael, could we move the podium to face the live stream a little bit? Please. Come in, Michael. Are we just going to present in order like 15, 17s, same as what they raced?
So we'll just do it the same order of event.
Totally. Thanks, Adrian. Little fella. Great pronunciations as always.
You need something for your throat tonight, yeah?
Yeah. I don't think it recovered from Bundy. Yeah.
It's hot in here, but yeah, it's muggy.
Yeah.
It's colder in here now.
Oh, is it?
Can we turn it up? You know, turn it down again for you.
Got a little waterfall going on the window.
Yeah.
You might have to help me with these overall winners for the results that will show this crazy. Oh no, if I go to the tempo. Yeah, if I go to the points.
So you just go to the points race?
Not fair. All right, moving into our presentations for this evening. We're going to start with our under 15 boys for the state championship in the Omnium. Presented by our very own superstar, Louise Jones. All right, our under 15 boys in our 2024 Omnium State Championship. In third place, taking home the bronze from the University of Queensland, Harley Bradshaw. In second place, taking home the silver, Cam Franks. And in first place, taking home the gold from the Gold Coast Cycling Club, Riley Dixon. Well done to Riley, Cam and Harley. Moving on to our under 15 ladies. Great work from the birthday boy, Paddy Richardson, helping out with the medal presentation. In third place, taking home the bronze from the Bundaberg Cycling Club, Elise Vaughan. In second place, from Hamilton Wheelers, an up-and-coming superstar, Hannah Walters. And in first place, taking home the gold in an absolute dominant display from the Ipswich Cycling Club, Sienna Golding. Congratulations, Sienna, Hannah and Elise. Moving on to our under 17 ladies. Oh, sorry, we'll move on to our men first. In third place, taking home the bronze from Balmoral Cycling Club, Will Emilius. In second place, in silver from Rockhampton, George Tucker. And in first place, taking home the gold from the Fraser Coast, Mr. Oscar Schoff. Congratulations, Oscar, GT and Will. On to our under 17 ladies. In third place, taking home the bronze from the Blackburn Cycling Club, Lavinia Ward. In second place, taking home the silver from Balmoral Cycling Club, Sienna Monteith. And in first place, taking home the gold, also from Balmoral Cycling Club, Ava Robbins. Congratulations, Ava, Sienna and Lavinia. Moving on to our under-19 ladies. In third place, taking home the bronze from the University of Queensland, Chloe Bowen. In second place with silver from Hamilton Wheelers, Neve Parslow. And in first place, Anna Dubier. Congratulations, Anna, Neve, and Chloe. Moving on to our under-19 men. In third place, taking home the bronze from Balmoral Cycling Club, Sterling Jarnell. Oh, my apologies. I have that mixed up, sorry, Bear. In third place, Lockie Walters. Third place, taking home bronze from Hamilton Wheelers, Lockie Walters. In second place with silver from Balmoral Cycling Club, Sterling Jarnell. And in first place, taking home the gold from the University of Queensland, Sam Hilditch. Congratulations, Sam, Sterling, and Lockie. Moving on to our elite women. In third place and bronze from the University of Queensland, Maddie Taylor. In second place, taking home the silver from Canterbury Track Cycling Club, Megan Baker. And in first place and taking home the gold from the Central Coast Cycling Club, Nicole Duncan. Congratulations, Nicole, Megan, and Maddie. Moving on to our elite men. In third place, taking home the bronze from Balmoral Cycling Club, Tyler Tompkinson. In second place and silver from the Gold Coast Cycling Club, Luke Rickard. And in first place with the gold from Balmoral Cycling Club, Team Bridge Lane, Liam Walsh. Congratulations, Liam, Luke, and Tyler. Moving on to our Masters 9. In second place from Willumbar Cycling Club, taking home the silver, Ron Hughes. In first place, taking home the gold, and an absolute gentleman to boot, Steve Mayman. Congratulations, Steve and Ron. Just leave it for now. Moving on to our men's Masters. Men's Masters 8. Taking home the gold from the Rockhampton Cycling Club, Lewis Marshall. And men's Masters 10 from Kangaroo Point Cycling Club, Keith Ham. Moving on to our Masters 4. In third place and taking home the bronze from Balmoral Cycling Club, Sean Crossman. In second place, taking home the silver from Logan Cycling Club, Justin Palmer. And nothing between them but taking home the gold on equal points. From the University of Queensland, taking home the gold, Andrew Matheson. Congratulations, Andrew, Justin and Sean. Moving on to men's Masters 5. In second place from Rockhampton Cycling Club, taking home the silver, Ray Smith. And in first place from the University of Queensland, taking home the gold, Chris Weir. Masters 6, congratulations Chris and Ray. As we move to men's Masters 6, not only did he win Masters 6, but he took out the points for the whole competition. From Life Cycle Cycling Club, taking home the gold for men's Masters 6, Mr. J. Doraboom. Congratulations, Jay. Moving on to our Women's Masters 6. In second place and taking home the silver from the University of Queensland, Gabrielle Bells. In first place from Balmoral Cycling Club, taking home the gold, Sharon McGuigan. Congratulations, Sharon and Gabby. Moving on to our Men's Masters 3. In second place, but I think he's done a disappearing act from Bundaberg Cycling Club, Brad Davis. So taking home the gold from the University of Queensland in the Men's Masters 3, Scott Smith. Congratulations, Scott. That concludes our presentations for tonight. Thank you everybody for your riding in the Omnium State Championship here at Meares Velodrome. We'll be back nice and early tomorrow. Juniors on at 10, graded racing at 11 as we look forward to our Madison State Championship, and we welcome Blackline Track Series to Queensland. What a day. Don't forget to register online for your spectator ticket, no charge, and if you're still here and you have possessions that you're leaving here, please move them to the side of the infield as the chairs will all be moved tonight. Congratulations riders, thanks to Louise Jones and the Oz Cycling crew. We'll see you tomorrow.